Welcome, welcome, family. I'll be with you in 1 second. Boss is going to say something. Welcome, welcome, great sunrise family. Today we have a really good, huge discussion. But first, I'd like to start out by talking about how we're not supposed to be beating to any other drum. We as a people are not supposed to be beating to this drum that we're beating to, and it's vibrations. The energy in this place, this energy all over the place, no matter where you go, as long as we're around low vibrational beings that are dragging us down, that are controlling us, that are not allowing us to breathe freely, live freely, and be in existence freely, we are getting our energy sucked. No matter how we try to create this environment, it's so strong and it's getting so enforced that's what I see in these coming days. I see that there's going to be a constant battle to get from underneath of this energy. And some of our people don't really care. And I'm about to show you some examples of how they do not get that it's all more than what meets the eye. Yeah, we say white supremacy. Yeah, we say racism. Racism is very important. Racism is basically like, like the alien movies that we see, they come and the day the earth stood still is one prime example. How we don't know, we've normalized everything, so we don't know, we don't see it as we have been taken as prisoners. We don't see it that way. We don't see it that way at all. And it's hard for anybody to conceive anything that has been defined to them as a certain way, in a certain manner. So it's going to be hard for people to conceive of anything. I'm going to tell you the story about my friend. I have this friend when I was in the military. We become really like almost like brothers and sisters, like best friends, more like brothers and sisters. Um, he he wasn't aware that I was in the process of awakening. And I wasn't aware that he was awakened. But I knew there was something about him that his energy was just um, extraordinary. Okay, let's just put it that way. So we got to talking, and we talked about religion a lot when we were overseas, and and for me, religion, I was still very spiritual, regardless whether I was in religion. I wouldn't say I was in the physical aspect of everything. I would say because of my birth sign and what I'm born under, the situation surrounding me made me more spiritual. I'm water sign, and my name, Marisa, it's Latin for one thing, and it means queen of the sea. It means queen of the sea. And so I'm very, very, very grounded in with the water, with water. That's why it was very important that I made sure that I lived around water. Even when I'm in my hometown, it's still water where I'm from. Even where I'm from, it's water. I got water nearby. So in lakes and springs, streams, rivers, like this. So I have a connection, and that's that feminine energy is very strong. So in my life, I overcompensated and try to grab a hold of the masculine. And I think sometimes we say things happen for a reason. Like my biological father wasn't in my life. I never even seen him. But I did have, like I said, a stepfather come into my life for for that masculine energy. And what that did for me, that caused me not to have to overcompensate so much. It kind of, I would say it saved me. I would say it saved me to become balanced. Even though my world, when you're younger, you growing from a child to an adult, you can deal with that imbalance chemically. But my feminine and my masculine has always been balanced. Even though I thought at one time that it went out of control, the Navy always kept me in check, because the men there, they'll let you know your truth. And let's just put it that way. Even though you're in the world and your mind, you thinking that you making people perceive you a certain way, they still see you for the weakling you are, evidently. So no pun intended on that one, but it's just the truth. You see your truth. So that energy is very important, you know. That's what I'm trying to expound upon. So me, I think what happened is I was born under the water sign and then given a water name, a Latin name, which Latin is powerful, more powerful than English. That's why I always say that if we can transition, you can create your own language and transition it, connect it more with make it more dominantly uh, Latin. So when we I kind of lost my thought here, but I was saying that me being having these things around me automatically makes me less connected to the physical and more connected to the spiritual, and that's what happened to me. That's why I could accept some things, but when it was time for that big awakening, that the world wasn't the way it was in my mind, my physical world wasn't. That's what kind of really was hard to accept for me. But the spiritual stuff was easy because I've always been in tune to that. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. So me and him would always talk about religion, and then um, while we were away, another guy approached me about the Hebrew Israelites, and so him and a commander were into that, right? And they both were stationed. I guess they both were connected to Israel in some kind of way. But at the time, I didn't want to hear anything. I couldn't hear anything. At the time, I was just so engulfed with my career, so obsessed, well, really obsessed with my career and my husband, my family, my daughter, very obsessed with her, obsessed with my own truth, my own search in my life. So I was dealing with that. So I was distracted from, learning anything really else, basically. So me and him, so he proposed a question to me. He would often, ask these questions. If God was God, then why does he allow so much stuff to happen, in this, to his people? And that's a good legitimate question. And I mean, people try to answer it out of the Bible. People try to answer that, by the limited knowledge they have of who they are. But what has been defined to them, they try to answer that. And so they answer it from being in a little box, not from a grand spectrum. Well, now I would be able to answer that because we allow it. It's because we allow it. We're part of the God. We're like each of us have a piece of that force, that life force. So when they talk about movement, movement and exertion and energy, the push and the pull, we allow it. We have the God, this thing they call God within us. And until we recognize that, we're going to continue being in the same situation, allowing the push and the pull. Instead of being in control of ourselves, something's going to control us. So let me get into the video. Like I said, we are a whole different hue. We humans. I'm extraterrestrial, of course. But for the most part, we're human. So we're not supposed to beat to the drums of something that is not human. When I talk about being racist, it is critical to be racist. When I talk about being communist, it's critical to be communist. You see, they've defined racism to you. They've defined communism to you. They've defined your religion. They've defined your spirituality to you. Until you make that move, God can't do nothing for you because you are that God. Until you exert, make a movement for yourself, not a movement, physical movement, going out here and a movement towards them, because separate entity, you shouldn't be going to no other entity for nothing, because really they're not going to make it happen as much as the power within us is going to make it happen. It's the God in you, it's the God in me that will make that happen. Everything we ask for. We don't have to go pleading, begging. We can tell, we can enforce, because it will happen if we have faith in ourselves and in the rituals that we perform. But if we don't, unless we enforce it, through ritual, And the mind, it takes a lot. It takes a lot of energy. But if we maintain being in this low, drawn out, pull down, drag down, killing, feeding energy, then that's what happens. You know, Tariq Nasheed, I hear that he's trying to do a museum and he's trying to raise $1 million, but the whole overall project is $7 million. Now, I'm just going to say this. It wouldn't be a bad idea, but I think it would be a lot cheaper if we had our own land, if we had our own space. And this is the whole thing of I'm talking about, beating to someone else's drums. We're human. And it's not supposed to be this way. But you're about to experience. You're about to see. So I would say the most important thing to prevent us from experiencing would be for us to have our own land, our own empire, our own place. Cut away. Cut away. Because as it stands now, the Federal Reserve is in control of us. We are not as free as we think. But somehow in this Stockholm syndrome that we're in, we want to build this, build that, instead of releasing ourselves, freeing our people. And like I said, land, with that money, you could buy up a whole lot of acres, a whole lot of acres. A whole lot of acres. And then people can start packing up and leaving. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say on that issue. Because with the museum, there's not much all we're doing is surface stuff with the museum. We're saying, okay, we're dealing with these surface people, these beings are surface people. So you're playing a surface game. It's nothing deep. It's nothing that is hidden, making a powerful statement. No, it's playing into their hands. But if we want to make a powerful statement, the powerful statement would be a movement. A movement. That's all you have to do is move. All you have to do is build. All you have to do is, grow your food. All you have to do is let them know that we're a separate society. We're a separate world. That's all you have to do. Not only would it put a dent in their plans, it would shock them. And that's what we have to do. We have to shock them. But instead, we just decide on the same old mundane. We choose our flesh. We choose our physical rather than to embrace the spiritual part that tells us that land is very critical in these times. Land, that museum is not going to be worth anything because it's going to be in the city. It's going to not really necessary. It's going to be on, might as well say, government property. It's going to be in controlled situation where when all hell breaks loose, it's going to need a generator. I mean, it's not like it's a place that all the Black people in America can go and live for safety. We can't go in there for safety. Um, we have to think a little critical what's important, what's not so important. I don't think it's so important to play, you know, you know, to deal with the ego right now, because that's what basically what it is when we deal with these things, like history. All of this is arm wrestling with their ego because we know the truth lives within us. But if somehow the most important thing would be to get land, land, land. Arm wrestle Bill Gates right now because he is ahead of the ahead of us, and he's buying land. Why are we buying a museum when he's buying land and trying to keep us in this perpetual control of our food sources? This is very critical. If we're going to go to war, go to war. If we're going to go to war, go to war. And I'm all for crowdfunding. I'm all for investing. Uh, that's the way I rather do things. Um, but my mind is on getting land. That's my goal. That's my project. Getting land, having people invest in it, ownership for my people, safety is the number one thing. I want us to be protected. I don't want us to be humans. We are humans in a world where they're making us dance to the beat of their drum. And that's not right. And I'm about ready to show you how we're not benefiting anything. I think you already know. You live it. You live it. Hey, it's just woolly hair, y'all. Girl, what's up? We live this on a daily basis, and it's getting really, it's getting hectic out here. And all we can come up with is to get a museum that is not really benefiting the masses of us. It's our downfall. It's our downfall. So, and it's going to keep us stagnant because we're going to have a $7 million museum. And then what? Then what? Can we eat it? You gotta do the test. Is it going to grow our food, or is it feeding an ego? Is it going to keep our children safe, or is it going to keep our children's minds in pride? Like, no different from these other beings. No different from see, we can have a museum once we get the land. For 7 million, we can have more. We can have a lot of Wall Streets for 7 million. We can have a lot of Wall Streets across this United States. So, I mean, I would just think about my critical thinking and priorities. Priorities is very important. Are we going to be. Yeah, yeah. What city are you in? It's just woolly hair. What city are you in? No, you don't have to trace it back because I've been on a long time, but I haven't been here. I just got in. So all I was talking about is how we're not supposed to be dancing to the beat of their drum and its low energy vibrations that we're living in. You're in Evansville, Indiana. Yes. You see, they'll give us these things, but and then make us define to us, I hate to say it, but Tariq Nasheed, like many of us, we've had things defined to us. And I don't think that he sees that what has been defined to him is what he's dealing with now. He's dealing with the society on a constant basis. He deals with their media. Um, and that has been defined to him as something, but it's nothing. And once he recognizes that they're nothing, then we can move on to more important things. We can drop He can drop those zeros and become that hero. You know, he can drop, he can stop paying attention to giving his attention to the dominant society and make our people focus on what's really counting. Because I know that he's a vessel that is being used for our people. And when you are a vessel being used to benefit our people, you still got distractions, you still got programming that needs to be broken. And a lot of things have been defined to us as a people that we need to break. We all have that. I have that. And that's the thing. Yeah, Willie, how you said, we are going to have to wake up and see how good we really are. We are awesome. Exactly. We have to wake up and see that we are winning the race. They defined racism to us as something that we want to stay away from. They define communism for us as something that we want to stay away from. They throw in that leader, that dictator. No, there's no such thing as that. There's a protector, there's a guide. There's someone who is supposed to keep the focus, but there's not no dictator. Only in their minds will there be a dictator. And we're about to experience those things soon. We're about to experience it. So this is something that it's not going to be right away, because we have I'm going to be working personally on extending our time, because they're trying to really press a lot of things against us. We have our heritage and customs. Yes, exactly. They have just been buried. We have to unearth the total truth. Yeah, we have to unearth the total truth, and it's all within us, and we're building it together, piece by piece, by what we are remembering or putting ourselves back together. Just like the woman that she found her husband chopped up in many pieces, and she had to go and remember him. She had to remember him, put him back together the way he was. Yes, there is joy in the journey. Definitely, there's joy in the journey. So that's why I say emotions are important, because they can drag it down, but we have to know what the talents is what's going to keep your focus off the emotions. Knowledge is power, because the more knowledgeable we are about self and our purpose and the illusion, the stronger we are in control of our emotions. And the stronger we are in control of our emotions leads to power, leads to sound mind, balance, strength. So we want all of those things. We have to really go within and not allow just ourselves to be just of this physical. Because, like I always say, the spiritual is where everything begins. Then we manifest it to come forward in the physical. We're not supposed to be poor. We're not supposed to be downtrodden. But when we were kidnapped, when we were stolen children, let's just say that, stolen children, because children, their minds are easily to be formulated, and that's what happens. They take children and they formulate their mind to the way they want it. And that's what happens. So let me get into this video. Let me get into this video. Let me see here. I'm going to share this video. I'm going to be sharing several videos here today. I don't think I still felt my other video of the. My computer is very slow. It's very, very slow. I just hope the rainbow circle doesn't come out on me today. What is going on? Paid unresponsive. Wow. Okay, got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay, let me see. I'm going to start with this video, and I'm going to be searching for that while I'm doing that, so I can I don't know why it does that. This is talking about how we forgive races.
The internet is full of half-truths and all-out lies. We've all seen them, and many people on social media complaining about it. Here's your chance to show and prove. WorldAfropedia.com is a Black-owned and operated encyclopedia. There are several thousand articles, but we need help. We can't uncover all the truth ourselves. So please, join us and become a writer, editor, or blogger for WorldAfropedia.com today. Every little bit counts. We owe it to the future generations to put the truth out there. Visit WorldAfropedia.com, the African-centered encyclopedia, a global database of African knowledge for the purpose of bringing about global African wisdom and understanding. WorldAfropedia.com.
Context of white supremacy. Justice, Gus T. Renegade, in for another broadcast, hopefully to share constructive information on the system of white supremacy. Today's date, Sunday, April 12th, 2015. So I have been told. I was trying to get this program done a week ago, but I had computer difficulties that kind of threw things off, and fortunately we were able to reschedule. Always phenomenal to hear from third generation physician, general and child psychiatrist, and author of the ISIS Papers, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. This is her 27th time on the program. I know folks are huge fans of her work. Seeing her in Hidden Colors, the documentary series, as well as the numerous lectures and talks that she's given down through the years. In fact, for folks that are in the Detroit, Michigan area, you should go check Dr. Welsing out. She will be there later this month. We will make sure to give out some of the details, because I know we have a lot of listeners in the Michigan area. But as always, we are super appreciative that you could share a bit of your time and energy. Just a pleasure to hear from you. Again, our guest, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. Dr. Welsing, you're with us.
Yes, I am, and glad to be with you.
Pleasure is all ours. I guess to go ahead, there's so many things that are happening to kind of get started, so we have as much time for people that can call in, ask questions, anything you would like to get Dr. Welsing's views on. To start with, it drew a lot of attention for a brief period of time. I'm sitting here right now with my Starbucks mug. The Race Together campaign, where Mr. Schultz, the CEO at Starbucks, white man, come out and said that he wanted to be a part of this dialogue and to talk about this problem of racism. And he got a lot of criticism for a variety of reasons. And within a week, disappeared. They decided that they were no longer going to continue this effort. What did that campaign and what was said about it, what did that reveal to you?
Well, first of all, I thought that the idea of talking about race and any discussion about race is a discussion about racism. I commend the individual is Mr. Schultz, I believe. I commend him for making that effort, and I'm not at all surprised that, I didn't anticipate it that would happen. But again, I'm not surprised that there was a refusal to have any dialogue and discussion about racism. And as a matter of fact, I am sending a letter to Mr. Schultz saying that we don't need to reinvent the wheel, because my institute has been talking about racism for 25 years, nonstop, but certainly commending his effort to try to get the public into that discussion. It was interesting because I went to Starbucks when I first heard about it, and I made some copies of my definition of racism. And there's a young black woman and a young black man in the Starbucks that I went to. They were the baristas. And interestingly, the store was not, I guess it was the time I was there, so there were not a lot of people. And I asked the young woman, was she going to participate in the discussion on racism? And she said, this was in Silver Spring, Maryland, and she said that she didn't know anything about it. But the young man who was there, a young black man, and he had not been told, from corporate headquarters, because I do think just a few areas were going to be initially involved, and Silver Spring, Maryland was not on that list. And his comment was very interesting. He said he had heard about it in the news, but he said he was not going to, as a black male, he was not going to engage any people in a discussion on racism. Most of the people who come into that particular Starbucks are white. And he said, and then have somebody get upset or annoyed with what he would have to say, and then he would lose his job. So I thought that was quite interesting.
Fascinating. I know we spoke about that as well, and for that black male, I think that is totally logical to come to that conclusion, and I wouldn't be surprised if that sort of thing has happened, where folks have gotten in trouble with all of these incidents and giving their opinion and what have you. To kind of move forward, some of the more recent incidents. We spoke with you last time. It was February 1st. We spoke with you right at the beginning of Black History Month, and I asked you about forgiveness. At the time, it was Eugene DeCock, and this is a white man, literal race soldier in every sense of the word, where he killed dozens, untold numbers of black people in South Africa to defend, maintain apartheid white supremacy. And he just was released from prison. He served fewer years than Nelson Mandela. And you said that, you feel like this forgiving racists is an act of an illustration really of our lack of mental health. And since that time, that has been a consistent issue really over the last 2 months. The situation with Monet Davis, a young black female, 13 years old. This white guy calls her a slut publicly, and then gives his little fake apology, and she announces that she forgives him. She doesn't want him to be reprimanded. We had the situation just this past week with Walter Scott, black male, gets shot and killed in South Carolina. Within days, his black mother comes out and says that she has forgiveness for this white suspected race soldier who shot and killed her son. Just to revisit that, because I think it's so important, your analysis of what's behind these consistent acts where black people, victims of racism, are forgiving whites for mistreating us.
Well, I can only repeat it, that I think that, you see, just automatic forgiveness when it comes to black people being harmed or killed or injured by people who classify themselves as white. We don't hear people who are white if they have feel they have sustained some injury or harm from a black person. We don't hear them saying, I forgive, I forgive, I forgive. And I was saying in a talk recently, no one asked the white females who lined up and were accusing Bill Cosby of having sexually or date raped them, and no white person would say to them, one or more, or all of them, a long time has passed. Don't you think it's time for you to forgive Mr. Cosby? Nobody would ever think of that. You see, nor would anybody think to ask a Semite of the Jewish religion, well, have you forgiven the German people? Have you forgiven the Nazis for what they did? Do you see? Nobody would even think of saying that. So I think that it is a part of black people's tradition from the time of enslavement. Do you see, where the slave master could beat the black person, and I could just envision the black person being beaten, and the slave master or the slave mistress would be saying, say that you forgive me. You see, and then giving them another lash. Say that you forgive me. And so the black person doesn't have a choice but to say, I forgive, master. I forgive, I forgive, I forgive. And I don't want to show any disrespect to the mother of Mr. Walker. I mean, I certainly understand what has happened to black people and where that pattern comes in. When we were in formal slavery, I heard a white female explain to a young black man, this was at a Race Relations Institute a number of years ago, and the young black man in a small group discussion, he said, I don't believe in racism, I'm a Christian. And an older white female said to him, son, we, meaning we white people, gave you that tradition. We gave you that religion. And we emphasized three things. Slave, obey your master. Turn the other cheek, and you will get your reward in heaven. And so that is the yoke that black people, I say by and large, are still under. And most black people are not thinking about or understanding that we are in a total system structure of racism. But let me say this as well. When they talk about cases of domestic violence, the victim of the violence, be it a male or be it a female, be it black or be it white, no one emphasizes and says you should forgive the person who has been beating you. You see, they are admonished to respect themselves and go and file a complaint with the police department. Further, press charges and stand by those charges. Because if you keep saying to someone who is beating you, I forgive, that means come back again and hit me again. And then I forgive you, come back again. And even when you are raising children, you know, if you correct a child and say, don't do X, Y, Z, and the child goes ahead and does it, and then the child says, I'm sorry. Okay. The next time, the parent again says, do not do this. This is incorrect behavior. And the child goes ahead and does it. And then the child says, I'm sorry. Now, the parent who fails to respect him or herself and really fails to respect the child will just say, okay, you're forgiven, over and over and over again. Then you are raising someone who's going to be a sociopath. Because you're not saying, all right, you have apologized several times, but now you're going to have to face the consequences for your behavior. If the parent respects him or herself, then the parent will take that position. And if we as black people decide that we are going to respect ourselves, and this is one of the things that has happened to black people in the 500 years of our oppression, including the phase of slavery, formal slavery, is that black self-respect has been completely annihilated. And so, you know, we say, okay, I forgive, and then we take the pain and frustration out on each other. It's just like in South Africa, truth and reconciliation. So the people who brutalize black people are allowed to go unpunished. But the pain that is inside of black people goes out towards one another. And the system of racism, white supremacy, continues. So I am making the recommendation for black people's mental health that black people take the position that all of these things that we are dealing with, the killing of black men every week, every other day, the incarceration of black men, the unjust sentencing, gentrification, the removal of black people from urban centers across this country, that all of this is the face of racism, white supremacy. And black people have to take the position, we're not going to be in the position of saying we forgive. No, what we're going to insist upon is, number one, that racism, white supremacy as a total system structure be recognized. And number two, When that system has been brought to an end and replaced with a system of justice, then the consideration of forgiveness, if that won't even be in order.
She's exactly right in the aspect that we must, in order to rid ourselves of white supremacy, it's not going to necessarily be through the white supremacists. We're not going to teach these white supremacists how to not be white supremacists. We're not going to marry into their families, because that is the opposite of our self-love for ourselves. Hold on. And that's just falling into the hands of white supremacy. See, the way we're going to combat white supremacy is to become supreme Black people, but supreme Nubian people, to love ourselves, to focus on building for ourselves. When I was in the Navy, I cleaned. I cleaned their spaces. I took care of, organized their spaces. When I let go of the Navy, I said, it's time for me to start doing for me. See, we've been doing for self so long that we have not necessarily actually been physically doing for self. We've been physically doing for them in order to provide for self, but have we really focused on providing for self and doing for self? No. We've given them so much energy into their society that we have not benefited anything. But my mind was always, I need to do this for myself, like I'm doing it for this job. And they're not appreciating it, but I think I would appreciate it more if I paint my house, if I did some stuff for myself, organized myself out, kept my house neat, kept myself neat, kept sweeping and cleaning my own place. And it was more appreciated by me doing it for myself. So it's the same thing. Become a racist for self. Like I had to become obedient for self. All those things that the outside sources wanted me to do for them, I had to internalize those things and become for myself. And want for myself and need for myself. So it's nothing wrong with being a racist. If a racist is attracting me to who they are, maybe I need to become racist and attract myself back to who I am. Maybe I need to become a racist and learn to love my people unconditionally and forgive. Because you find it easy to outsource and do that. But what about going within and dealing with your own? That's that whole thing with that.
Because the system of injustice will have been removed and a system of justice established. Now that's my position as a Black psychiatrist. And I would say that I'm certainly recommending that as important for Black people's mental health in this system, that the foundation of the position is that we are going to have respect for ourselves second to none. And instead of denying and making apologies for the system of racism, white supremacy, that we are going to hold people who classify themselves as white because the only reason for the white classification is to take advantage of the established and structured system of racism, white supremacy, and that we are going to hold people who classify themselves as white responsible. We're not going to spend any time hating white people, but we are going to hold every person who classifies him or herself as white responsible for changing the system.
That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Because there's no half, one foot in and one foot on the other side. You have to pick a side. You're either going to be for you or against you. That's just the way it is. You're either going to be for you or against you. We can't continue to think that we can teach and program them to be against themselves. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. What it can happen is we can pick up and recognize self-love. We can recognize that our people need to be protected, that enough is enough. We can come out from their white supremacy and focus on our own supremacy for ourselves, which looks like building, crowdfunding, investing together, coming out of their investing programs and their things they got going on. TikTok, so-called quote unquote Black TikTokers proved that. They proved it. They proved it to work. But for some reason, we want to hold the system up even though the system is beating us. I'm not saying the system is winning. I'm saying that it's beating us down. And engaging us. We don't have to be engaged. We're human. That means we don't beat to their drums. Their laws do not have anything to do with us, but we've been controlled through the federal, because we're born under a number. Hold on.
We was in my room.
Hold on.
Looking at the movie.
So they got us separated, and this is a strategy. They got the men separated from the women and the women separated from the men. And a lot of people don't know that that is all by design. I'm about to show you this video, and then we'll get back to that discussion in a minute. I'm going to show you the video of this, what I'm talking about. But that's been a war strategy. So we're in the midst of war, and we're still allowing ourselves, we're prisoners of war. We're prisoners of war. Those remnants that they're still trying to destroy out here. They're trying to get the rest of us. I noticed it in my own family when I started seeing people being born lightened, more skin to turning pale, basically. And, you know, interracial marriages, all which ways, gay, lesbian marriages to these people interracially, you know. So let me finish this up while I look for that video.
If they want to take a position that they're not racist, well, then stop the people who classify themselves as white who are. Don't come and join black people. Take the John Brown position and stop the people who are engaging in the practice of racism, white supremacy. And, you know, that's not just calling somebody nigger or the N-word if you want to play euphemisms. But no, the system of racism, as stated by Neely Fuller, functions in all areas of people activity. Economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And I say that the ultimate goal objective, consciously and or subconsciously, that this system hasn't lasted for 500 years or not. The system is about white genetic survival on a planet where the white population is a tiny, very tiny population, fewer than 1/10, and white skin is genetic recessive in terms of skin colorations, meaning that because it is a genetic recessive trait, and black, the genetic ability to produce melanin pigmentation, and that's what black, brown, red, yellow, all skin coloration is related to melanin pigmentation. Black people having the greatest genetic potential to produce melanin pigment, and therefore the greatest genetic potential to cause white genetic annihilation. This is why the system of racism and white supremacy exists on this planet. And that dynamic necessitates being able to kill black male persons anytime a white person decides to do so. And it's being made clear to everyone that the persons who are authorized to carry guns, they will shoot black men, and then the courts will exonerate them, meaning they can do it with impunity. And this is fundamental to what the system of racism, white supremacy is all about, which is why black people must now demand that racism, white supremacy be given the same standalone recognition as when somebody makes a charge of anti-Semitism, that charge stands alone. When somebody makes a charge about discrimination against females, gender discrimination, that charge stands alone. When somebody makes a charge of discrimination against gay, lesbians, and transgender persons, that charge stands alone. The only charge that is rebuffed and denied.
My dear ancestor, sister, she wasn't aware of the true feelings of this dominant society when it came to her giving this knowledge. Somehow she had hope that this knowledge would change these people. Neely Fuller, who I think was her close friend, not only close friend, but I would say they would talk a lot about this subject. I think eventually, after she did Phil Donahue, she started seeing the light that these people are not for us. They're not for us. So they're not going to try to reason with you. They're going to be unreasonable. They're not going to try to comprehend our part, our side. They're not going to try none of that. Hence, this is why we have a silent weapon for a quiet war. Silent weapons for a quiet war. The day the earth stood still. I talked about that movie and how they put Will Smith's son in there, the only black person in there. And they had him deciding the fate of the world. Racism at that time could have ended, but they didn't let us know it was racism, even though it was all white people and he was there, the black child, right? The man came to him, the one that made the earth stand still, so they decided what they were going to do, destroy it or allow it to continue. He was dead set on destroying it until our energy, the Nubian energy, that child stepped in and said no and convinced him otherwise. That is the day the earth stood still. So let's get into my next video real quick and we'll come back to this one. I said, let it burn. In that movie, I said, let it burn, because it was doing all the wrong things. It needed to be rejuvenated. It needed to be refreshed. It needs all the bad energy to die off. That's what it needed to do. But no, Will Smith's son stepped in and said no, because he was emotionally attached to an illusion, to a lie. The day the earth stood still. Okay, family. Let's check out this one. Let's check out this one. Hold on.
I take care of our children.
This one is a Hebrew Israelite. But I'm only using the part. I don't care about what they say about the Bible and all of that. It's all man dictating
That's right.
his ego.
Robbing and murdering our people for over 500 years, but yet you still rip up and down with this white man.
So what we're gonna do is
with your oppression.
We're gonna look
right. And I don't know why you're making that face. Because you feel you got a guilty conscience. You got a guilty conscience. Yes, you do. Why do you love the white man? Why do you love the person that benefits off of slavery? Do you benefit from slavery? Do you benefit from slavery? Yeah. Okay, he benefits from slavery though. Right. So why are you walking with him and he give me Amos 33? Why are you walking with him and he benefits and you don't benefit? What do you mean? That's a stolen property. He's trespassing on this land.
That's right.
You know that they came and raped all the native Indians and all the Hispanics to get this land, and they built businesses and use us. But yo, stop trying to push her away. I'm saying the white man, give me Mark 4:14. The white man is always trying to push away people from the truth. Listen, read.
Amos 3:3. Can't two walk together except they be agreed?
The Bible says, hold on. Yeah, so, okay, so come on. Nah, listen, let's have a conversation.
Let me get to the part where she's talking about.
This might not be a bad.
Hold on.
around the slaves' necks, and the noose, and they was praying, and they thought everything was okay. That's literally you doing that right now. Right. That's the equivalent of you doing right now. You think you just treating her good is not benefiting her at all. You're not giving her.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 3.
So what they're saying is, okay, like back in the day of slavery, what our people went through, the Caucasian man only saw them as bad wenches. He took the woman, raped her, because, you know, we're prisoners of war. It's always rape. I don't care if it's a male or a female. If it's a Nubian man or a Nubian woman, it's still rape. It doesn't make a difference because we're in Stockholm Syndrome. We're in a place where we can't make a sound decision. We're not making sound decisions. And today is evident of that. Today is evident of that. No one has really made a sound decision about their medical decision. You've been forced. You've been forced. A sound decision is when you are free with information. Let me give y'all this picture. We had our own empire. They have their own empire. No one government. We have our own government system. It's really different than theirs. They have their government system. Their government system is still in the mind of conquer and divide. Our government system is of humanism. It's about the human, about communism, togetherness, unconditional love, peace. We don't want to bother no one. We want to protect our children. We want them to be healthy and happy. Well, you can make your decision from that, right? Let's say a young lady is out and she comes across a young man from that other empire. They talk, they, get together, and he, he tells her about his world. She tells him about her world. She knows about her world and she knows about his world, the truth of his world. She knows his world is harsh. She knows her world is, she's always protected because she's got men around her anywhere she goes. But they're not dictating to her decision. They understand that she has to walk her own path. So she comes out and she makes this decision. She wants to be with the other world. She made a sound decision. She wasn't swayed either way. I think she was a little swayed by this guy's looks, perhaps, and about his charm. But that's something she has to eventually deal with because she allowed that. But as far as understanding the overall truth of where she's from and where he's from, that she wasn't swayed by any lies. It was just all honesty. So she chose, let's say she chose to do that. She did it with a sound mind, with her mind. She made the choices. She observed what she liked about the guy, and she chose to go there. But after living there for a while, she decides to leave there because it's unbearable. She got the honest truth and she goes back to where she's from. No one swayed her either way. That would be a sound mind. We're not making sound-minded decisions in this society. We've been swayed one way. Only one way. And we rush to make these decisions.
15 and verse 15. Yeah. Everyone that is found shall be thrust through.
Said what?
Everyone that is found
So you come back and you're holding hand in hand with this white man, Christ is gonna thrust you through. Right. So you fine with that. You fine with dying. You dying holding hands with your oppressor. Holding hands with your slave master. That raped, robbed, and murdered and pillaged your people for over 500 years.
I'm not gonna hate him for something because the ancestors did. If he's treating me differently.
It's the book of Isaiah, chapter 14 and verse 21. Prepare slaughter for his children.
I'm going to focus on what she says. She says if he's treating her differently. Sally, she was treated differently. She was treated differently, but she was a child. She was a child. She couldn't make the decisions. But because somebody was treating you differently, that is still not a sound mind. A sound mind is if you're not a prisoner and making the decision. We're prisoners in making these decisions.
The Bible says, do you believe in the Bible, right? Yes. The Bible says, prepare slaughter for the white man's children. Go ahead.
For the iniquity of their fathers.
So we got to prepare slaughter for this white man for the iniquity of his fathers. You understand that this man is literally trespassing on our brothers and sisters' land. We don't care.
Native Americans?
Yeah, the Native Americans.
Okay.
And you don't care. And I know he don't care. Because he hasn't said not one thing. Right. And you're a woman, and he's a man, and he's not even defending you as a man. So I can even look at this nigga and think of him as a man. You got something to say?
Right. I can't. Talk to him, brother. If I treat her with respect, if I love her every day I wake up, why can't I do that?
So when the little babies in slavery had the ropes around the slaves' necks, and the noose, and they was playing, and they thought everything was okay. That's literally you doing that right now.
Right.
That's the equivalent of you doing right now. You think you just treating her good is not benefit. You're not giving her no type of education in this life to rise as a so-called black woman at all. The only thing you do is push white supremacy just by being on this land. You're trespassing on this land.
Black woman, she's worked her ass.
But she's not even black. You call her black, she got brown skin. The mask is black. So,
right. It's the book of Psalms, chapter 55, verse 21. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter.
The Bible said the words of his mouth is smoother than butter. You think, because he's nice and he talks nice to you, that he's just that one good white man.
But war was in his heart.
What?
War was in his heart.
Right? When they came, hold on. One second. I got you.
You're doing that, but then every time you speak into what I'm saying.
Listen.
You keep trying to
say white man came over here and
now this sister is going to talk about how brothers have left her family. She's from Africa. This girl's from Africa. And her father left them for a white woman. Her uncles left her aunts for a white woman. But she can't see that it's a silent weapon for a quiet war. She can't see that. And I want to expound that upon my people, because no, you don't owe nothing to them. We're in prison. We're in a prison. A lot of them don't know that we're in prison, but it should be evident to them. I think it's a culture thing for them. If we look at how, this is how they've always operated. And the whole thing is to get us to come out and be utilized as donors. But I don't understand how you can be so knowledgeable about this, but still be supportive of divesting. And push divesting. It's a war out here. How come they didn't tell us about the war? How come they didn't tell us about the war? Because the war is on us. The war is against us. It's always been. But we haven't loved ourselves enough to play defense against it. Defense, it can look like, instead of 7 million for a museum, let's go and get 7 million. Let's get more than 7 million. Our people, it's enough of us in this United States to get more than 7 million and get land and grow our own and cut out the bullshit. There's enough of us for that.
You being recorded right there.
Regardless. On YouTube. Like I just said, you're right. I'm not here to argue with you guys. All right. I'm with the white man because honestly, I've had multiple conversations with him and he's aware of how I've been treated. We've been walking around here. I've been treated poorly. I'm not with him because of his race. I'm with him because he's a good person. And I understand where you guys are coming from. I truly am. And it's right what you guys are doing. And I'm sorry if it's bothering you that with white man. But
it doesn't bother us. We just want you to know what's going on.
Okay, and that's good.
We just want you to be aware.
Okay, and I'm aware.
Some people get like that and they forget who they are.
Exactly. And that's
8 and verse 3. We want the wicked are estranged from the womb.
Right? It says the wicked are. Give me Job 9. Hold it. Give me Job 9. I'm gonna show you.
He's not talking because when he did talk, he was interrupted.
Hold on. Sis. Do you know who the wicked of the earth is?
Educate me.
Get out. All right. Okay, I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you what the Bible says the wicked of the earth is.
Teach up.
The wicked of the earth rules the whole world. And what that means is he rules our minds. He controls our minds. And that's the only way he can rule the world is through the mind. That's why I speak of psychologically healing as well. And what I say about that is dealing with self. Deal with self. Deal with self. Because before any of this could become successful and you can come together with your own, you have to reflect on self. You have to learn about self. You can do that through your birth sign. Know that you're not put here to be a nothing. You're put here as a something and you have a purpose-driven life. Not in the way that the white man wants to define for you, but what has already been defined from within you, for you. Know that whatever he defines is going to be a block. And it's up to us to get rid of those blocks.
Job chapter 9 and verse 24. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked.
It said the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. Who runs the earth right now? The so-called white man. So the white man is the wicked of the earth.
He covered the faces of the judges thereof.
Right? It said he covered the faces of the judges thereof. Who covered the greatest judge? The white man did. Because this is not Jesus Christ. So-called Jesus Christ is a black man. A so-called right from the tribe of Judah.
That's
right?
a fact.
Israel.
Right? That's now go back to that. I think he stole Jesus' look. The Psalm chapter 58 and verse 3. The wicked are estranged from the womb.
So it said the wicked, who is the white man, are estranged from the womb. Go ahead. When they come out the womb, what do?
They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies.
Doing what?
Speaking lies.
All they do is.
Y'all, I have a real bad thunderstorm over here. I think it's beautiful when it storms like this, but will you demand reparations from Egypt? I will take my reparations and my freedom from Egypt. That's what I would do, Cardinal Sin. I will take it, but I only hope, I'm doing rituals right now. I'm doing rituals. I got rituals and facts. The last ritual I did, I didn't do it, but the one that I called upon, he did it was time to do, what it was time to do. And we had Trump in office. We had Trump in office, okay? And he was going to bring this whole thing down. You know, that's all I care about is bringing it down. Once we can bring it down. And I'm saying this because I want my people to do rituals like crazy. You are the angels that white woman called upon when they were getting their wake up call. See, some things you gotta let happen. Some things gotta happen. This had to happen. This day had to come. This day has to come. Things had to be revealed. Things had to be shown. You see, rituals, when I said time and time again how powerful our people are, but you want to live this like just the physical part. You don't want to grasp a hold of your power and actually use it. Go within and be led to go to some place and perform your rituals. Or be protected. Cardinal Sin says, I see you want to burn it all down and replace it with humans. No, not necessarily. I don't want to burn anything down. No, I don't want to burn anything down. I want nature to take its course and work right. You know, I just want nature to take its course. But with Trump in the office, what he would bring down is he would bring down the physical restraints. When he brings down those physical restraints that have been put over us, the rest is easy. The rest is easy. That, like, if we go ahead now and buy land all across the USA, Tariq Nasheed would have better luck buying as much land as he can. He would be doing that competition that is much needed. And also plan defense, and also it would be a start for us to move out from under. Yes, that's what Trump would have done. And not only that, we would have been free from Social Security. We would have been free from taxes. And that money would have went to the citizens of America. Hold on. Yeah, I have to console the little one. She's a little afraid of the storm that's out there because it's hailing. We got hailing. We had a very strong thundering, lightning, and stuff come through. Hold on. Okay, family, here, let me put on this intervention music for you guys real quick because it's going to be a minute. I have to go help them with something. They're scared of something. Okay, let me play the music. The prince said exactly right. Because I was just thinking on my way back that, like the prince said of Negro, he said, this is all real. We are the gods and goddesses of the planet and deserve to be woken up. And if we all do, or when we do, everyone's in trouble. Exactly. When we do us, when we're ready to do us, like I said, Tariq Nasheed got the right idea. He's just doing it from too much of a strong physical perspective. He's not allowing himself to be led by his inner self. He's allowing himself to be led by the ego, by the outer self. That's what I meant. Because my spirituality is telling me land for my people, land. Now I'm going to fight and with all my willpower strive to do this still. Even though I'm recommending it for Tariq because he's in a better position, but regardless of what position, I'm still going to make it happen. I'm still going to strive for that. Because I have faith in self, not faith in anything outside myself. Now, Tariq seems to have that same faith and he's able to do the things, but still, it seems like he's dealing with a lot of stuff from outside of himself. And as God and goddesses, we have to recognize our power and stop wasting our energy on outside things. If we're going to have our energy towards outside things, it's going to be towards things that are fruitful. These people are not fruitful. We cannot teach them and expect them to do something. It's been already shown to us to be a failure. Our ancestors have already taught them everything. They turned it around and demented everything and imprisoned us in this planet. So you're right. It's up to us, and we need to stop relying on anything else to do that. Now back to the video of the sister who somehow thinks, she's been programmed. She has been programmed. And these brothers, they're deprogramming, but they're reaching out to the wrong things. It's another snare and a trap for these brothers as well, because it's working with their ego still. It's allowing these brothers to be in the ego. They're not being spiritual. You see, they're under the illusion of being spiritual, because the Hebrew, everything is just a trap. It's just always been a trap, another layer for us to be entrapped in. But what they're speaking to the lady is truth.
Speak lies. Right. That's all the white man does. And that's all he's been doing through this whole time.
There's not been one white man in the history that has done a good thing.
Sister, let me ask you something real quick.
So he wants to know, you see, he's coming at it from his world. And in our world, no, there has not been a white man that did a good thing. So he can't talk to us like that about this, because in his world, white man has done a good thing for him. But there's two different things. The white man has done good for him, and that he has the privileges, and he's been able, his forefathers conquered us, and now have us in their control. And that would be good for his perspective. That's why they shouldn't be married, because they got two different perspectives. Two different perspectives. His world is why we're in the position we're in now. But he can't see that because he benefits from that.
Not saying that, but
You pro-black, right? You for black people. You pro-black, right? You for black people. You for your people, right?
Yeah.
So why would they want to procreate with your own people? Like, why would you want to take on his seed and make his people great? Because when he planted that seed in you, right, and that's the white man's agenda. He's trying to promote his base. And by doing that, they want to get with black and Hispanic women, right? Because they're dying off, right? The white women is not can barely give birth. So they try to get with other people. So if you're really pro-black, you should get with your own people and with your people. And we're going to become great as a nation.
No, yeah, I understand that. Okay.
well said.
She cannot get that because the men in her family left the women hanging. You see the warfare? Being African male who came to this country, he came with his ego. He came with his ego, not his spirituality. And of course, in Africa, we got to realize that there's been programming over there too in colonization. The same thing as slavery. We've had colonization. We don't know we've had colonization. They've had colonization. Every place has had colonization. What do you call that in a movie of aliens? You call it a planet takeover. You call it the war of the worlds. So if that has happened, and they define to you racism, and they define to you communism, why do you think they defined it in such a way? And will you listen to them versus others who are trying to tell you otherwise? And it's evident to see otherwise. Why racism is going to be important to you to practice. Why communism is going to be important for you to strive for. Communism is going to be protection. No one ever gave America a fight. Because they will say human rights, which is a lie. Which is a lie. They'll get you for human rights. Because they have defined human rights. They have defined. And they don't see us as humans, evidently, because we don't have that here. We don't have that here. But now they want to see themselves as human. But hue means color, and we're human. We're not just man.
The reason why you guys are probably gonna hate me for saying this.
Go ahead, nobody.
And I grew up in Virginia, a predominantly like white area, and the black men who were there, they treated me poorly because I'm a dark-skinned woman.
Why do you think they treat you poor? Why do you think we treat each other poorly? And also, it's not all black men that treat black women.
So that white man that she thinks is so great to her wasn't so great, because what he did was he separated her people. He caused a penetration color-wise, and not only color-wise, he did it sexually, a divide between male and the masculine. You're masculine and are feminine. He messed with our masculine and our feminine energies. He messed with our relationship. Because like I said in one of my videos when I was describing what the importance of our masculine and our feminine in our relationships was that we balanced each other out. We balance. You ain't gonna get that. Black man is not gonna get that from a white woman. She's not gonna get that from that white man. Because he can't give it to her. Or else the ancestors won't allow it to happen. Because what I said is, I didn't say that we were a generation that we had millions and millions of males holding hands in our back in our ancestral where we come from. I said we have masculine and we have feminine. I didn't say we had two males, two women, two males and two women like that. No, we have it male and female. And it's a long line of our lineage that goes back. Now, if somebody wants to stop your lineage, that's the programming that would set in effect. And I think the other day in the gym, the guy kindly let my brother know that that's how you know that's the end of this, end of a society of people, an end of a species, is when they start intermating, or start having interrelationships, sexual interrelationships, like female, female, male, male. That's how you know it's the end of a species. Woo, that lightning was rough. I'll tell you, there's energy out here, and this energy is fierce. This energy is very, very fierce. So it's real, family. It is real. It is real as the day that entity came to me. It's no different. That was an entity. That was an entity.
It's not all white people that are gonna hate what black people do.
Listen, I'm not even talking about that yet, right? I'm not dealing with it right now. I'm dealing with our people, right? Not all black people treat each other poorly. There's good black people.
Silent weapon for quiet wars.
Can I interrupt
our women right?
Can I interrupt real quick? And I understand that. And I understand that you guys are all amazing men. Like, I understand that. But that is, it's like deeply rooted in my body. If I can go on TikTok right now and show you all the negative things that black men say about black women, it's horrible. But yeah, I still understand that it's not like every other black man to be like that. It's just deeply rooted. My father brought my whole family to America and fucking left us. Each one of my aunts, I'm from Africa. And each one of my aunts,
what part of Africa?
Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone, okay.
And each
check this out.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. You gotta let me finish, okay? Respect each other. And every one of my aunts, all their black men have left them. If you guys were a black woman, you guys would see how poorly certain black women are treated because of our skin color. And I found someone that appreciates me. He's standing here. He's respecting you guys. He isn't bashing you guys. And I'm not bashing you. So you guys need to understand that I have a difference in opinion.
Do you guys know that this is the oldest trick in the book that black men like to play a lot of times with, being down with OPP, other people's. Okay. I just want to relate that to the scheme of things with this white supremacy, because it's not really any different. You get but it's kind of different in the fact that they schemed this way of doing it by, they know they can make their women look appealing, more appealing, and so they do so, and they push her to the forefront, and they say that this is the also, not only that, but let me share this picture with you guys. This is how they do it. I'm gonna share this with you guys. Woo! That sounds like a spaceship out there, family. It sounds like a spaceship out there. Ooh, what happened? Okay. Oh, viral. Oh, please don't close up on me. Okay, I got it. Here, go. Okay, here, I got it. Where is it? Hopefully they'll. I should have said images. They won't let me. Okay. Hey, DOD, welcome. I'm about ready to show you the most perfect modern day booty. I think some of you already seen it, but I think some of y'all already seen it. But it's what they, I don't know what's going on with this thing. And I don't think they got a picture. That's why I was hoping for this. Let me go back and see if I can do images, because this is crazy. Okay, hold on, let me look at this here. Okay, here we go. Now we can do with images. I don't know which one is her, but I know they had the jeans. And they were saying it was perfect. But they're saying all these white women are perfect. So let me give you they're hooked on perfection. You know, we as a people, we really don't really have to worry about perfection, because we are perfection. And once we recognize that about ourselves, the better. We are perfection in every way. But for some reason, our men get hooked and become crazy over the programming at times. over the programming. And this is programming at its finest here. It's trying to tell us that this is better than your woman. That somehow this is better than your woman. They want to tell you that this is better than your woman. And they also want to tell you that because of her hair, her face, you know, that makes her better than Black woman or Nubian woman or the Negro woman. And you actually start to see it like that. They show her more in porn with our men. So that is another ringer. That's another way that they lock you in. That's another way they lock you in. Like I said, false light, the illusion. And our men start looking elsewhere and thinking that it's better there. But it's all a trap. So what it ends up doing, it alienates our women. We become alienated because there's no way we can become this. There's no way we can become this. You see, because we're different. We're totally different. But this is what her husband has done. But she can't see. She can't see that that's what he has done. She can't see that he has pranced his woman in front of her uncles, her father, and made it to where she is alienated. She is now alienated and has no choice but to divest. She's looking for someone to treat her right, but she doesn't know that that's going to come. Someone's going to come along to treat her right. And it's going to be exactly what she's been wanting, what she's looking for. And it's going to be exactly what she's been wanting. And she doesn't have to go out and look. She doesn't really have to go out and look. It's not for her to look. It's going to come to her. But somehow she has no patience. And she, like many of us women, when we are not getting the attention we need, we go to some man and we start talking to him about, I'm not feeling right. Something's not right. And he already knows what you need. He knows you need attention. He knows you need these things. Because what? He set up the whole scenario. He set up the whole scene so that you could be free from your man. You can be free in the mind of ever thinking that you're going to be treated well by your own. So now you can go running to him and he'll be your superhero, your Superman, to rescue you. And it's all been a plan devised by him.
When it comes to niggas.
Check
But
this
I'm
out.
not
Check
over
this out.
here.
I got you.
Okay,
Let
thank
me
you.
say something, right? You're a victim to white supremacy,
Yeah.
right? Let me show you something what the white men do. The white men set up a system where the black men have to leave the black woman, right? He created a system where the black women hate the white.
Well, in the area where I grew up with, the white men still did not like the black women either.
Listen, the reason I say you're a victim to white supremacy because what? White supremacy have set themselves in a high standard. And everybody look towards white supremacy. They look to that light. And for us, as so-called black people, we want to be great. So for us to be great, we have to get with the great people, so-called great people. That's why a lot of our women deal with the white men. You understand?
Because we feel appreciated by them. But the thing is that
listen, you can feel appreciated with your own people also. You just gotta find the right black person.
And I have a lot
so like, here you go.
Okay, I'm gonna finish talking now that you switched the mic. And I have a lot of people who are black that I love and I love being with. But my heart fell in love with someone who just happens to be white. It just happens to be white. Like we all happen to be black. So what is the real issue? That I'm with a black man, or if you guys just honestly think a white man, or you guys honestly think I just don't support black men just because I'm with a white man?
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 54. So the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eye shall be evil toward his brother.
So this is where the illusion comes in. And we become delusional because, for one thing, love, that is not love. That is not love. Just because you cannot have a love when you're a prisoner of war. We got people still talking, we got NATO still actually talking about how to get Africa out of the hands of the Chinese, how to get the Chinese out of Africa so they can come in and do their bid. Trump wasn't talking about that. Trump was focused on America. And that's what you want. That's what you want.
Or we will look at the so-called black woman and the so-called black man, and we will have a beautiful eye toward each other. We will tender and loving toward each other, right? The Bible.
And I'm not saying, I'm saying it takes them to destroy this, a certain aspect of it, but it takes us to come out and start walking away from it and stop giving validity to the system.
The Bible says that now we're going to have an evil eye toward each other, right?
And toward the wife of his bosom.
What?
And toward the wife of his bosom.
This is why so-called black men treat black women badly, because we go through the curses of Deuteronomy. You know why we go through the curses? Because we stuck in the white man society. Okay, so hold on, I'm not done. No. We got to separate from society, right? And understand that we got to come together as a community and make ourselves better, right? And this is what so-called black men and Hispanic men need to understand, right?
And toward the wife of his bosom, and toward the remnant of his children, which he shall leave.
Right? And only people who's known for leaving their children, just like you said, it's a so-called black Hispanic Native American man. Right, let me show you some real things.
And do you guys want to know who he left? All those people have left their families for a white person.
But guess what?
And it's not a negative thing. They just
it is a negative thing. Because guess what?
Yeah,
listen,
you're right about
it's a curse.
but not just because they're white.
It's a curse.
So they just left.
Yeah, him leaving is the curse. That's the negative. It no matter who went to. Him leaving is the curse. It is a curse. Hold on. It's a curse because the Bible says it was a curse.
All right.
That's the book of Sirach, chapter 26, verse 20. When thou hast gotten a fruitful possession through all the field, sow it with thine own seed.
Right? We're supposed to sow things with our own seed, right? With our own communities. We're not about to go and give it to another nation who has lack of melanin and lack of like you said, you in the what did you say was?
I'm not in the WNBA.
Oh.
I just play college volleyball.
All right, right. Oh.
Trusting in the goodness of thy stock.
You gotta trust in the goodness of your own stock. When he gives you a kid, your kid might come up with birth defects, right? Lack of melanin, a lack of pigment in his eyes. Because guess what? That kid is gonna be his kid, not gonna be your child. Understand that it's because you come from the seed of your fathers.
Right.
Right, you got it.
And
It's the book of Numbers, chapter 1 and verse 18. And they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month. And they declared their pedigrees after the families by the house of their fathers.
Right? A pedigree is a lineage, a patrilineage from the house of your father. So guess what? God said that he hates all white people. So understand this. Listen. Stop interrupting.
You guys are maybe telling me about something that we gotta do
Watch
tonight.
this. It says, God said that he hates all white people. Right? If he puts a seed in you.
It's not about hate white people. It's about turning away and stop making it magnifying them. Right now, our people, we magnify them. Many over ourselves. So you have to take that love away and put that love into self. Love your people unconditionally. Don't love something that is seeking to destroy you unconditionally. So right now, I think you all got the point of this video. I'm going to go back to what she's talking about, because right now we are loving by when they kill us and forgiving them. It's so funny that our people will forgive them over forgiving ourselves. We don't, so that shows that we have unconditional. Beat me in the head, I still love you. And when we listen to the Bible, we said, love thy neighbor, but it's only love your neighbor if they're not Nubian, right? Because we don't have unconditional love for ourselves. We have it for people that are destroying and killing us and waging wars against us.
Is the charge of racism, white supremacy. And I say that black people must now stand up and demand that racism, white supremacy be respected. Standing alone, not pulling in diversity with every other possible complaint. No, racism, white supremacy, the dynamic that black people have faced at the hands of people who classify themselves as white for the last 500 years. And we must demand that this be recognized and confronted. As a matter of fact, I think that black people should go further and take the position that any candidate that is running for president of the United States, whether they are Libertarian, Green Party, Republican Party, Democratic Party, don't ask black people for their votes unless you step forward and acknowledge the existence of racism, white supremacy as a total system structure. Because black...
So what happened in this past election? Our people were defined to them a racist. Who was a racist? Who was defined to you? And it came out that you said Trump was. That was programming. It's okay to be a racist. But Trump wasn't the kind of racist that we're going to program you. He never lied to you. He was honest. He's not going to program you. He's not going to Twilight Zone you. He's not going to I mean, it's a lot of things that he did that this administration perpetuates. They perpetuate control in this administration. He wasn't trying to control anybody. He wanted for the people. The Federal Reserve, he wanted them torn down, right? So that would have meant all our money would have been our money. No taxes. It would have meant a lot. Finally been free. Us being able to go our own way. The stoppage of divide and conquer. Splitting the Black woman from the Black man. All of this would have fell down. Taking our children and raping them and kidnapping them and using their organs. Using our organs. All of that would have been shut down. But instead, because I asked for it, but instead we have energy within our own people. And sometimes I'm afraid to even go around our own people. Even though, you know, I like to speak. I have things to say. But in a small community where I'm from, I don't know whether it was a blockage or something that wouldn't allow me to go around the people. But I'm telling you, it was something fierce. And I have to heed what is inside of me. I may try to go, and then it's like, whew, it all just hits me like a boiling hot water in my body, or my blood is like just hot. It's just like this danger. But you know, we can't. We just have to be in tune with our spirituality and listen to that. So let me finish with that.
People are watching Black men being shot and killed, shot in the back and killed every week or every other week or every other day. So, it would be a complete and total absence of Black self-respect on our part if we were not placing this demand front and center to anyone who comes to a Black person and is requesting that Black people consider voting for them to become the next president of the United States.
Context of white supremacy, we had folks who dialed in on this issue yesterday just because it's been so prevalent in so many different ways. One aspect that I think is also very important in terms of how this system operates, I think you used the metaphor of plantation slavery, where the enslaver, white person, is standing with that whip and beating the Black person, saying, "You're going to forgive me. You're going to forgive me." That still exists today. And two illustrations I had. There was an article in the Washington Post, and it actually was written by a Black male, but the report was titled "Why We Should Forgive Levi Pettit." And Levi Pettit is one of the white students at the University of Oklahoma who was recorded singing his chant about lynching niggers. And he was one of the students that got expelled. And so he did his press conference a few weeks back, and he had a whole lot of Black people with him. But the article in the Post, it reads, "Levi Pettit is the only one with enough guts to meet with those he offended, apologize to them, and do so publicly. Pettit will be making amends for the rest of his life. efforts should be met with open minds and open hearts. That's the first one. And then I hear so many people when any discussion of Black people being terrorized by whites, that is racism, the reference will go to Madiba, Nelson Mandela in South Africa, maybe even Archbishop Desmond Tutu as, hey, you can't have a lot of hatred. You can't hold a grudge forever. To solve this problem, we're going to need to work together to love one another and move forward. They will reference Nelson Mandela. And I thought it was interesting because in his autobiography, he has a great segment. I wanted to see if this is an aspect of psychological warfare in terms of making and coercing Black people to forgive racism. In Madiba's autobiography, he writes that the Methodist minister was a Reverend Jones.
But look at the South Africa now. You got a mixed population that want their own identity. It's the same old thing over and over again. What did you think about Palestine before the Jews went over, the fake Jews? It was the same way South Africa. They needed it to be more white, more pale, more white supremacy.
A nervous and gloomy fellow who had been based in the Congo during its revolution. His experience there seemed to be the source of his melancholy. Over and over, he preached the importance of reconciliation, implying that it was we who needed to reconcile ourselves to the whites. One Sunday, during the Reverend's one-sided message, I noticed Eddie Daniels shifting uneasily. Finally, Eddie could take it no longer. You're preaching reconciliation to the wrong people, Eddie called out. We've been seeking reconciliation for the last 75 years. This was enough for the Reverend Jones, and we never saw him again. Just that passage and even the previous report, does this seem like psychological warfare in terms of going to the victimized and demanding that, hey, turn the other cheek, just forgive and move forward?
Well, see, you can't run an oppressive state, plantation, or a prison and have the inmates become angry at the jailer. So if possible, you engage in the psychological warfare of teaching them a philosophy of forgiveness. Now, the prisoner or the slave on the plantation hasn't been let free. The prisoner in the prison hasn't been said, we forgive you, and so your sentence is terminated. No one is speaking to the prisoner or the slave on the plantation in that way.
And we know that we don't have to be on a plantation anymore. Yeah. I ain't been on a plantation in about, 10, 11 years? And I'm still not free. Only in the mind. And spiritually, I'm free. Certain things I can do at a certain time. These people don't bother me.
But the plantation is run by beating, well, first and foremost, I would say, and maybe somebody will be offended, I would hope not, that when you give the enslaved Africans an image of God that is the same image of the slave master, and say that you must behave yourself so that this image of God, which is the same image of the slave master, so that God will love you and admit you into heaven. You must forgive the slave master. Now that was the position that Black people were in for hundreds of years during the years of formal enslavement. And what could they do about it when they were beaten and killed at whim? You see, and so that's when these ideas were implanted, and we must begin to step back and view them more objectively and understand that this is an aspect of the maintenance of oppression. And those black people who are admonishing black people that they should forgive, I would say that those people have been harmed by having their self-respect as black people annihilated, whether they're conscious of it or whether they are subconscious.
Wow. That came up exactly yesterday. People were very angry. Not so much with Monet Davis, the 13-year-old, but just with the fact that it happened, her coming out to pardon this white guy for calling her a slut. And the same thing with Levi Pettit, the white male who apologized for singing about lynching niggers and had this whole phalanx of black people with him and holding his hand and saying yes, and we're working with him. There were a lot of black people who were angry with these, black people for forgiving these racists, and they were saying, how do you process that? What do you think of it? Is it correct to be angry with them for forgiving these white people? And just to kind of get your response on that.
I'm sorry, say that again.
There were a lot of black people who were angry about the different black people who forgave these white people and said, we should move forward. Again, Walter Scott, his mother, coming out and saying that she had forgiveness for the officer. What is your response for the black people who get upset with these black people who you say have had their self-respect so damaged that they're willing to forgive racism?
Well, let's embrace each other. Excuse me, and be as understanding of each other as possible, while at the same time, those who are able to see the contradiction take the stand that has to now be taken. For example, a black person, a white person comes to a black person and says you forgive, or a black person goes to another black person and says you should forgive. The black person should say, look, let's give the white person a test. Let's ask the white person that we are supposed to be forgiving, ask them what is their view about black people receiving reparations for enslavement.
Exactly.
Now, the vast and overwhelming majority of people who classify themselves as white do not believe that black people should be given reparations for the mistreatment that took place during the years of formal enslavement. So then what does the black person is advising forgiveness? What do they think about that?
And the whole point of that is also, too, you're not out of slavery. You're not out of, you're still a prisoner of war. We're still prisoners of war. We're under the Federal Reserve. Some of us were smart to not put their children under a reserve number. But we're still under the Federal Reserve. So this administration has a certain amount of control over us. When I talked before the election about us having the control, how important that was. But my voice doesn't get out, and that's okay. I'm not sad about that. I'm not mad about it. I'm not, the ego in me says, I let that go because I can't stand that ego. I don't know about you. I do not like my ego, and I'm not going to allow it to rule my life because I want to be free. And if I want to be free, that is what I'm going to have to do. Let go of that crazy ego. Let's finish.
See, the very person that they want to forgive, that person doesn't want to have them receive justice to whatever level, one might say reparations represent justice. See, but if you did a poll and asked the question of people who classify themselves as white, what percentage of white people think that when a black person is killed by a white person that the black people should forgive? I would dare say nearly 100% of people who classify themselves as white would say, yes, that's the correct behavior for black people. But if you ask the same white people, what is their position about black people receiving reparations? The same number would say, no, they do not support the idea of reparations.
No, they don't. And they don't support you if your police officer is nuking.
Excellent question. Excellent question. But this will be my last question on this topic. I think it's so important, and so many listeners, myself included, when you were with us last time, and just articulated saying, hey, I think it is mental illness for black people to be going through this, saying we're going to forgive white people practicing racism, and then also pointing out the fear factor that's still there in terms of this all being a response to terrorism and trauma of white supremacy. Serena Williams was in this discussion as well. Her return last month to Indian Wells, the tennis tournament, where in 2001, she and her entire family were just booed and heckled and subjected to thousands of whites yelling racist comments. Just for background, because I know we had talked about this book before, Richard Williams' Black and White, The Way I See It, book club, where he talks about what happened in 2001 at Indian Wells. And he says, a white man sitting in the second row yelled out, "Nigger, if this was back in 65, I'd skin your black ass alive." I looked him straight in the eye and said, "Why don't you act like it's 65? I actually made a move in his direction, but he scampered away when another man said to him, "Leave those niggers alone," and just boo the hell out of them. The sound of the angry crowd filled my head with voices from every direction of the stadium. We don't need a nigger in charge of tennis. Let's boo that nigger the whole match. He wants to be called Mr. Williams, but I call him Mr. Nigger. We don't want niggers out here anyway. If you don't like it, play your own tournament. That's why all the tennis players hate you now. The words stung. Hot beads of perspiration poured down my face. I was devastated. The year was 2001. How could the same racial issues I confronted in the 1950s reach across time and imperil my daughters? I was told that prejudice did not exist in professional tennis. That proved to be untrue. What I found out was that prejudice did exist. It was accompanied by hate. As Serena walked into the almost filled to capacity stadium, she was met with an onslaught of boos. Did they realize they were insulting an American champion who had won the U.S. Open and successfully represented her country in the 2000 Olympics? Only hate would compel people to turn their backs on her that way. The crowd booed Serena as she got ready to play Kim Clijsters for the championship. People applauded her double faults and unforced errors. Blacks have long been accustomed to being belittled, criticized, and treated like second-class citizens. Here was proof that race still played a role in sports, as Serena experienced firsthand the result of hate. Being black in a traditionally white sport, we had often been met with criticism and condemnation. We used to say you can dress a black man up, but in the eyes of a white man, he's still just a dressed up nigger. We had put a black tennis player on the podium of Olympic victory, but when she came down, she was still just another nigger. I will stop there, but this is Black and White, the way I see it. So just so people have some context for all of the conversation around this being such a wonderful thing that Serena Williams went back to this tournament where you just heard what Mr. Williams says happened. They wrote about all of this greatness of reconciliation with her return. This was in the New York Times by William Broughton, author of $40 Million Slave. He was saying that the white tournament officials, they wanted to delete history about what happened. And He says, while you can't delete it, I want to tell you it feels great that she's back, talking about Serena, and how happy they were to have her back. He goes on to say, at the moment, everything it felt so good to be out there, Serena Williams said. I felt like I made the right decision, and I knew I wanted to do it. I knew I really wanted to do it, talking about how happy she was. And she actually cried as she entered the stadium and heard the ovation from this predominantly white audience. And this was so wonderful. Just what are your thoughts on that? How does that fit into your theory?
Well, now, did the tournament apologize to Serena?
I have heard that they've reached out over the years, and that I think some form of an apology was offered to try to get her back before she actually came back this year. But yeah, I think at many points they have reached out to apologize for what happened. And just an addendum: Venus Williams, her sister, she does not share the same view. She said emphatically she will never play there again, and also not to ask her about it anymore. So they do not have the same opinion about this event.
Well, you see, I would say, this would just be my opinion, that if Serena wanted to play and decided that she was going to play, but it's like I would say what you have to do is again announce the apology. You see, what if the tournament officials, before Serena came out, and they said, we deeply apologize again. We have offered our apology in the past, and we deeply apologize again and again and again. And we are so grateful that Miss Williams has decided to come and play in our tournament. You see, but Serena didn't have to offer a forgiveness. She could decide to go and play, and it would be up to the tournament officials to say in front of the entire audience before she came out that we have to take full 100% responsibility for the racism, white supremacy behavior that Ms. Williams was confronted with when she played in Thus and So year. And whereas we recognize that racism, white supremacy exists all over the globe, Miss Williams, the most outstanding tennis player that there has ever been, has agreed to come and play tennis on this court. And so we want to lay out the red carpet of apology again and again and again to her. And then Serena go and play and beat them.
They definitely did not say that.
But do you understand what I'm saying? Absolutely. This is the position that Black people need to take before casting a vote for any candidate for presidency. Hillary Clinton, if you want Black people's vote, then acknowledge how can a candidate jump onto any other issue other than the fact that Black men are being shot dead in the street? And
if we allow that, then we don't have no kind of self-respect. We allow that to just happen over and over again, then that's not showing any kind of self-respect. Instead of confronting it the way the dear ancestors recommended that we confront it. So I'm back. Oh, I'm sorry, DOD. I'm back. I just had to step out a second. I'm constantly being interrupted. I should have left you with some coffee music. But let's finish hearing this, and then I'll give my comment on what she's saying again.
Candidate is not going to address that and then ask black people for their vote? My goodness gracious. So that they can just keep on, the candidate is elected, and then they just keep going forward and shooting and killing black people? What does that say is wrong with us?
Lack of mental health. Lack of mental health. Context of white supremacy, Dr. Francis.
The absence of sufficient levels of self-respect in a system of racism, white supremacy. Self-respect has to mean the conscious awareness of the system that is taking black people towards genocide. See, when you kill the men of a people, you are engaging in the genocide of those people. And it's just like when you have a whole total across the country, a national agenda to gentrify, meaning remove black people from the urban centers, from Washington, D.C. to every other state. Remove the black people from the urban centers. We don't want them around. The cities are supposed to be for intelligent, creative people whose skins are white.
And we contribute to that.
See, it's time for us, again, that doesn't have anything to do with hate. What it has to do with, at this critical point in time when we are watching black men being killed every other week, and people let off
Don't forget about
for killing them, that we are not going to
Don't forget about the sisters being raped and violated.
Finally take a stand and say enough is enough. We demand the acknowledgement that we are in a system of racism, white supremacy, and it's not a system about the police need to be retrained. No, it's an entire system structure that black people have been confronted with for the last 500 years, and it is about the genetic survival of the white minority on the planet, and that necessitates.
Exactly. It's all about, so if it's all about that, then what do you think it is? It's spiritual. But you don't know it because you probably just see the surface of yourself. You see it because of your skin color. There's way more they know about us and they've kept us away from. Like I said, as children, we were taken and stolen. You've stolen children whose minds have been formulated and transformed into the way they want your mind to be in this society. But those who go against that, and they fear because they know that we're changing and we're becoming aware. So they don't know who's aware and who's not. So they're out here killing you. They're killing you as fast as they can because of this annihilation that they fear.
Where's the boat?
That's exactly what they fear. Okay, now I'm going to share a different video with you guys. Let me get this next video here. I'm trying to find it here. Okay. Here, let me put on this cafe latte music real quick while I'm looking for what I'm looking for. And then we can get back to that. Intermission time, family, intermission time.
gentleman was on it.
Here we go. Here we go. Family, hang in there with me. I'm going to get this situated. It's very, very small. Sorry about that, family. I'm back, and hopefully we'll get things more under control here, because what happened was me working in the background here is causing a lot of issues. Let me see. You are now okay. So I might do that tomorrow. Hey, family. I'm thinking about, I had created me a Rumble account. So what I might do, what I'm going to have to do is give you all my Rumble account information, and I'll start doing live streams over there. Let me see if I can share my my Rumble account. How do I share my feed? How do I share my thing here? Let me see. My content. Okay, account overview. It should be a share thing. And also, I'm thinking about starting to do live music. And I have another account for that. Let's check my email because I made an account, but I didn't forget. Okay, how do I share my link? Okay, here's my link. I found my referral link. Here's my referral link. I'm gonna share with you guys right while I'm trying to fix everything up here for this one. And I also will do it for my other one where I can do live music. So let me paste this in. But that's my Rumble account. That's my Rumble account, family. What's going on, Sharon?
Mom, I put in my room so I get $30. What is this? Yes, I'm very busy.
I hope you got my Rumble account. You can find me at Rumble. I might start doing some live there. And then, like I said, once I get the other thing, let me see if I got it in my email. Should be already in my email. The other thing from last night, where I can do live, you can do live music and stuff like that. And or even do movies. I might decide to do movies. Upload movie videos. That I, of course, will make up myself. Let's see. That was from this morning. Yesterday was Rumble. Yeah, that was early in the morning. I was doing all that. Yeah, Volume. It's called volume.com. Let me see if I can get my referral from there as well. Let's see. Let me see if I got a referral for there. My profile. Okay, followers. Oh, referral program. Let's see. Okay, here it goes. I forgot. I didn't see that. Let me see if I can share that. Let's see. Oh, no, not like that. Copy and then bring it over here to you guys. And I'm gonna put it in. Okay, and I'm gonna send you this one too, so you can sign up to this one. This is, like I said, it's live music and stuff. And this, here you go. It's live. It's called volume.tv/Lightbearer. And you can also subscribe to there, because YouTube is draining. It's good to have all the information, but all this censorship is crazy. And because I was looking up a certain thing, article, you know, of course they can see your computer and everything. Okay, let's finish going over this. Let me just do this here. Let me share my screen again.
Brown, black woman traveling with adoptive white sister, is accused of human sex trafficking. This had to be humiliating, traumatic. This black woman was accused of trafficking her own adoptive younger sister during a trip to Texas. Okay, when 21-year-old Lakey Janae Bailey, who is black, traveled with her adoptive sister Olivia, who's 4 years of age, from Denver to Dallas on July 20th. Authorities were waiting for them inside the gate by the time they landed at Dallas Fort Worth International Airport. Now let me pause there just for a moment. A black female traveling with a 4-year-old white child. That is your racist pretext right there. Because if this would have been any other combination, you do not have the authorities waiting for you at the airport. Okay? Let me continue. Bailey told Denver 7 News that the officers approached her and asked if they could talk. One officer turned to Olivia, the child, which is, by the way, completely unlawful, and asked how Bailey was related to her and how Bailey's mother was related to her. Once again, it is the racial context that provided the racist conclusion. As it turns out, passengers on the Frontier Airlines flight had raised concerns about human trafficking to staff on the flight, and the airline had requested that officers to respond when the plane landed. In order to confirm pieces of information, officers spoke with Bailey's mother, with the social worker, and with the person who arrived to pick them up from the airport. Bailey said that people in the airport were watching and whispering as the questioning continued. This had to be so dehumanizing. This devalues your worth in that moment. Teaching a horrible lesson to this 4-year-old, but maybe a lesson she needs to learn. Too early to learn it, yes. Way too early to learn that lesson. But this is the society that we live in today. It goes on. When speaking with Denver 7 News, Bailey said, and I quote, "If the roles were changed and it was a white person walking off the plane with a black person and like a black child, I feel like things would be different." No, ma'am, don't feel like it, know it.
By the end of this week,
things would be different. They would be completely different. None of that would have ever happened to you if the roles were reversed. Frontier Airlines provided this statement to Denver 7 News. Let's put that statement up. A concern was raised during the flight by another passenger who was sitting near the woman and child and suspected human trafficking. That passenger approached the flight crew with those concerns and subsequently completed a written report during the flight to document her observations. The captain was notified and felt an obligation to report the matter. Air travel is one of the most common means of human trafficking. Race played no part in the actions of the flight crew, who were following established protocols. Here's a picture of the sisters together. The sisters, damn it. I'm a foster kid. I understand this. All right, that's family. I don't care what anybody says. That's family right there. 100% family. And this happened to that family. Now, they are considering filing the lawsuit. I hope they move forward with it. JR, how do you see this story?
Yeah, if you think about the look of this, because I've seen things like this before, where say an older person is with a kid and they are a completely different race, you may notice it. It's something that people notice, just because in this country, as much as we call this a melting pot and a group of folks that have all come together to create this American experience, we're extraordinarily divided. So when you see something that looks out of place like that, like, oh, it's not really likely you see a black woman with a young white child. It's just you don't see it. And you may notice it. Now, if you start observing it, as some of the passengers on this Frontier Airlines flight decided to observe, what did they observe? Because I've observed people before. Sometimes I see kids that I think may potentially be in danger. And it's not necessarily based off of the fact that the person is a different race that's around them. I saw it before. So I observed it. After I observed it, I went, oh, that's fine. So what did they observe happening between this 21-year-old woman and her 4-year-old sister? They didn't report it. They told us that they wrote a full written report to Frontier Airlines. Because Frontier Airlines told us what the full written report was. Because what they did tell us was that it had no basis in race. So if it had no basis in race, what was it based in? Did you tell us that part yet? I mean, it's always an ongoing thing. Give us the information you'd like to give us, and then we're supposed to believe the rest. You only have to prove to us what exonerates you of any wrongdoing. But we need to find out the full story, because you have this transparency thing that people like to say they're involved in. But when we see what it looks like, go ahead and dispel it to us then. Because we saw what it looks like, and maybe there's some overzealous passengers, and you need to explain to them that, oh, yeah, we hear your concerns, but we're not going to harass this young woman and her little sister. And again, I want to point out as I stop.
Did you know that in this country, for years, they were able to take our children and put them in a white home, but we could never have their children in a black home? Did you know for years that went on? That for years, they were able to freely do what they wanted, they've always had these rights that we somehow never really had. You know, they've always had these kind of rights, or I'm white and I'm say so, like Joe Biden is pulling on us now. He's pulling I'm a white and I'm a say so, that on who has sense and who has smartness. Like it seems like he's got the copyright of who's smart, or the say the patent on who's writing, who's smart and who's not. But we'll get into that later.
Am I rambling? This is a 21-year-old woman. Keep that in your brains when we see this, and you imagine, oh, this grown woman had this young little sister, and she got asked about it. We just want to check it out and make sure everything is fine. When you're 21 years old and you're traveling with your little sister, does that make you feel comfortable? When you get off the next flight, are you concerned about whether or not wherever else you may go with your sister? They just got back to wherever they're going. What if they go to lunch? Is the waiter then at the next restaurant going to say, oh, I saw this black woman with this 4-year-old white girl, call the cops? She has to be concerned about this constantly now. And 21 years old is not an old person. Right. It's someone that's still getting new life experiences and still learning the way society is going to treat them. And this is never going to leave her.
And shame on Frontier for not correcting it in the post narrative. That statement is a bunch of bunk. And let me explain why. They make an affirmative conclusion about the agenda of the passenger. They say this was not based on race. If you're saying that holistically, you're also making the conclusion for the passenger that reported it. You aren't able to tell us what was it in the report that the passenger observed that made this passenger believe this was a criminal action. So let's get to that point. If it's a report, that means you can quote it for us. You don't have to reveal the identity of the passenger if there was some level of anonymity agreed to, but you can give us the quote. You can say, look at this quote. This quote is so disturbing that it caused individuals who were employed at Frontier to overreact. Okay, put that in the report. But all we know is that this does not happen when there's a white female and a white child to have authorities waiting for you at the airport. Just doesn't happen.
Or a white female and a white child, or white males with a black child, with a Nubian child.
More apt to say that, at least.
That just wouldn't happen that way with those it just wouldn't happen for them like that.
The police officer now charged with.
Okay, now I want to get into this one because I think I talked about this one many, many times before, but like they were talking about, police brutality is easy for them to abuse us because the law allows for them to do these things. The law allows for them to, what I'm trying to really hit home on is for you to wake up and recognize that nothing is in our favor in this society. Nothing is in our favor. They may tell you about things to keep you engaged in the society and keep you feeling comfortable while they're feeding you the hard medicine. You know how grandma used to say, used to get you all comfortable when you was not feeling well. You weren't in your right state. And then she would come out with that hard medicine, that spoonful of medicine that's supposed to, and have you drink that, and it was over, you know. So that's kind of like the situation we're in. They get us all buttered up and comfortable, and then they pull out the hard medicine on us. But we don't recognize um, that we're still prisoners of war. And being a prisoner of war does not require you shouldn't do the things that have been defined to us, like religion, and we should question everything and always question the language that we're dealing with here. Um, dig into it. Words mean a lot, but things have been changed and turned into something else. So we definitely want to know what it all means. Um, we see, we want to know the true definition of things, not this false definition. So we see now here, I didn't even share my screen. I don't think I shared it yet. Yeah, I did share it. That's good. Okay. How what they were talking about, this is proof right here, how white people don't feel like they have to accept your apologies for anything. They're not going to accept anything from you. It's their white and their say so. And they're going to say that everything we do in this society is the opposite of their existence. So it's going to somehow, everything we do affects their existence. So let's just look at
Murder in Minneapolis. The officer accused of shooting a woman who had just called 911. She was then shot dead when they arrived on the scene. And here's ABC's Alex Perez.
Justine Damon called police for help, but minutes later, she was dead. Tonight, prosecutors are charging the Minneapolis police officer who shot her with third-degree murder and manslaughter.
Officer Neuer did not act reasonably and abused his authority to use deadly force.
Back on July 15th, Damon called police to report a possible assault.
Female standing behind the building.
Officers Matthew Harity and Mohammed Noor responded to that dark alley. Investigators revealing today the officers had just relayed a code 4 to dispatch, indicating they were safe, when suddenly a noise near the rear of their squad startled them. Noor, in the passenger seat, shoots out of the open driver's side window.
He reaches across in front of his partner, shoots a gun at an object that he can't see. That's evidence of a depraved mind, in my view.
In a statement tonight, Officer Noor's attorney argues he should have never been charged.
But did they say that about did they go that hard on Amber Geiger, on Amber? No, they didn't go that hard on her. No, they didn't. And we all seen them baby her and cut her up and say, okay, it's all right, you just killed a black man. It doesn't really matter. But on the other end of the spectrum, it matters to them. So what they've done to us is they've made us not really like ourselves, not really care. But we've held them up so high for all this time. We continue to hold them up high. And if anybody in our own race, disagrees with them being on high, then we're something bad. We're something bad. But I really don't mind, because what you're about to experience will show you why. What you are about to experience will show you why. And that's all I really have to say on that part. Is leave it up to the experience. Especially when you want to holler, oh God, oh God. What God? When you want to holler, oh God, and it's the God that they define to you. It's the information of your unconscious mind that you've allowed them to take in, that you've allowed them to put into you. Okay, family. Hold on. Let me get to this one. But yes, they do have plans for us. But we have choices to make. We have choices to make in this dire straight times. I was looking up that article and now it. Let's see. My phone now. Okay, it's right there. Okay. I had it in my news stream. Okay, here we go. Here we go. I'm going to send this to my email, and then I'm going to be able to go over this article. It's very important. I did it yesterday, but it doesn't matter. I guess I sent it to my Gmail. Okay, let me pull up this very important article here so we can get into it and talk about it. But like I said, we could get, if you could think for yourself instead of allowing instead of us allowing this people who we think is for us make decisions. I didn't know that. Ooh, I'm sorry. Like I said, we don't even get the same treatment. No, go away. Hold on. Let me fix this because I messed up. Okay, now you can hear.
If convicted, he faces up to 35 years behind bars. David?
Alex Perez, thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for
Y'all
checking out the
heard that
ABC
part.
News YouTube channel.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Here we go. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry about that. I'm back. Oh my God. I'm trying to find this article I had from yesterday and I finally found it. I emailed it to myself. Try to do it again because what's going on. Okay, I'm gonna email it to myself. This time to my Gmail, and we're gonna see if it pops up. Go to refresh. Okay, it popped up. Okay, now let me share this news article with you guys. Okay. Now this was a opinion of a news article of a opinion by Paul Waldman. He's a columnist. Now, I wonder if I'll be able to write in my opinion. I'm very tempted to write in my opinion. But anyways, at least I get to vocalize my opinion, okay? On this issue here, which is very important. What I got to say is very critical because we're not all just cutting in from the same mold. We're not all, everybody's not the same. And what misses some people's logic is that what might be right for you might be deadly for others. Others may have conditions that just won't allow for them to do any vaccines. And I think when it comes to vaccines, people need to be educated that not everybody can do flu medicine. Not everybody can do certain things. And once that is understood, then you're not fighting against yourself, or you're not fighting against something that is it shouldn't even be fought against. Okay, and you're not even, I don't even know why it's even in any of their concern, but let's get into the article. Opinion is what they labeled this from the Washington Post. And this is from yesterday, the 27th of July 2021. And it says, I'm tired of being nice to vaccine refusers. I'm tired of being nice to vaccine refusers. Well, let me see if I can find something that takes a look at the population of people. Let's see if we can find something that takes a look at the population of people who are able to get regular vaccines and who are not able to get any kind of vaccines whatsoever. Let's look at that. Let's see if we can find something like that. Hmm. Okay. Those who have allergy issues, okay? I didn't find anything, but we're going to get into that next article after I finish with this one, because this is coming from a place of selfishness. You see, they have turned something that has nothing to do with others and you in conjunction with yourself, but they have made it, they have put out the word, which is an irrational thinking, that we're going to put the blame on others. After you didn't take care of yourself, we're going to put the blame on others for the conditions, Okay. Okay. Springfield Greene County Health Department nurse Susan Hinnick gives Richard Thornton a CV in Springfield, Missouri on July the 10th. Christopher Smith for the Washington Post. See? Okay. This columnist yesterday at 11:55 a.m. in the morning, he decided, for whatever Eastern Standard Time, that he wanted to give his opinion. He says, imagine how the United States must look to someone in South Africa, where 3.9% of the population has been fully vaccinated against the CV, okay? Or India, where the number is 6.9%. People in those nations, and by the way, he's making it sound like we're at a school pep rally and not everybody has rooted for the team. But he's looking at the other schools, and people are outdoing us, right? They're outdoing us. People in those nations and 100 others are desperate to be vaccinated. While here in the world's richest country, we have more vaccine doses than we know what to do with them, right? And we're terribly worried about not hurting the delicate feelings of those who insist on putting everyone else at risk. I don't think people really care about those who I don't think they really care about the feelings too much. I think he overwrote that, overstated that. Um, this is not the most cautious public health message to deliver, but I'll say it anyway. Being nice to those, being stupid to those who refuse to be vaccinated is getting awfully tiresome. Well, if you felt like that, you should have put Trump in office. Then you can be honest. You wouldn't have to lie. And we would have seen it up front. I mean, and then Trump would have been in the office, of course. So he's talking about he feels like he has to hide his true feelings towards those who are unvaccinated. But that is not necessary. That is utterly ridiculous. Just utterly ridiculous. Okay. To be clear, I'm not saying anyone should start yelling at their family members or neighbors who refuse to be VA vaccinated, right? It won't work. It will probably just harden their resolve. This isn't about personal interaction. It's about how we as a society are treating those who, in the name of their freedom, are putting everyone else at risk. Okay, so I guess what he wants is some people to just kill themselves. And pretty soon, I have a feeling that they're going to start making it mandatory, and that's the test. Are you going to kill yourself, or are you going to sacrifice your elements that you have, your pre-existing elements, to save to work that job? Because you may not be here to be able to go to that job if you have certain conditions that won't allow you to be vaccinated. So it's all right to pressure somebody who has a condition and is documented, and the doctors don't want them to do this, but you're pressuring them, you're causing pressure for those who cannot be vaccinated. I don't care what the drug is, they cannot take it with their system because their bodies have other things going on. There's a lot of people like this. And I don't think that people like him are taking that in consideration. I think that he just thinks that they're anti-vaxxers. And that's not the case. The case is not everybody can take just anything in their system. That's been proven. There's been people already that's taken stuff and they've had to pass away because they didn't take in consideration them allergies. They didn't take in consideration their elements. They didn't go to their doctor first. They just feared and ran. At the very least, we should start taking every step possible to prevent those actively refusing to participate in our mutual effort to prevent each other from getting sick and dying from doing more harm. Well, dear sir, listen, I'm sure those family members and friends, they have some personal medical conditions that won't allow for them to do this, to participate. And if they have these conditions, they will not be allowed to participate. Okay. Because if they participate, it will make their condition worse. That's why it's encouraging to see that some state government agencies and large private organizations are finally putting their foot down. They're putting their foot down and imposing vaccine requirements. The Department of Veterans Affairs will now require vaccinations for frontline workers. And the state of California and the city of New York are telling workers that they have to either be vaccinated or get weekly coronavirus tests. And more than likely, they'll lose these people because most of them cannot do this requirement, or they're going to have to come to some, census with it, or some cooperation on their part, because you got to really take in consideration not everybody can really have this thing. And I'm about ready to show you why. Organization is calling for mandatory vaccinations for all workers in their industry. And it's sad because people got family and people got children, and you want them dead. You want them dead. And guess what? No one's there to take care of their family and their children but them. And guess what? Not even you being upset because you got your vaccine and other people are not. When that family member or friend is dead, are you still gonna, you and your anger is gonna be subsided. It's gonna be gone. And no one can hold nobody accountable. No one can be held accountable, and then there's nothing. No insurance, no nothing for these people. You got to take some of these things need to be taken in consideration. There is nothing for people to fall back on once a loved one is passed away. If something is made mandatory, there's nothing. Money, there's nothing. People will have nothing. I'm sorry, but if you work in a hospital, you simply don't get the freedom to put other people at risk, is what he's saying. That's a principle we regularly apply. If your job involves the safety of other people. You see, kudos goes out to my brothers who are married to a white woman. Kudos goes out to my sisters who are married to a white man, because look at the logic. They don't see it the other way. They just see it one way. One way. You see, what did he just say? He said he was sorry, but if you work in the hospital and simply don't get the freedom, he doesn't believe you have the freedom of choice if you work in the hospital. Man. Because he thinks that you're putting other people at risk. That's a principle we regularly apply, he says. If your job involves the safety of other people, you may have to do some things you otherwise wouldn't. I don't even know if I'm going to go to the dentist, you guys. This has gotten too crazy for me. I did schedule myself for my dentist, but I think I just might change my mind. After I think about everything, and I thought about everything more carefully, it's like, am I sure I want to go to the dentist? Especially after they told me all these things about them being short-handed. And then I started going through my mind, oh, what am I going to be doing? And then, okay, my mouth is going to be wide open. For who? I don't know who, what. I don't know nothing about their medical. but I need to be careful. So now might not be the time to be going to the dentist. Now may not be the time to go to the dentist. So you may have to do some things you otherwise wouldn't to protect the rest of us. Truck drivers are required to pull over and rest so they don't get into accidents. That is not the same thing, though. That is not the same thing at all. You're talking about an external situation and you're trying to apply it to someone, you want to do an internal thing. You want them to put this in their system, and they may have the number one thing that they say you can have if you want the vaccine. So he's been shallow right here. This is a one big shallow article that I do not want to finish going through because it's too shallow for me. It's too one-sided and it's too selfish. He's not even taking in consideration at all people who have this condition. Let me share my screen again. Because there's a lot of people that have these conditions, and the CDC said no, no, no. It says, eat this, not that. Okay. Worries about the safety of COVID-19 are at a fever pitch. It's important to remember that the risk of an adverse event, be it a blood clot or a severe allergic reaction, is as rare as being struck by lightning. Okay. It says don't get this if you've had that any of these allergies. If you have any of these allergies, which is a large population of people in America that have allergies of some sort. And we got to live to accept that. That you're never going to get a situation, and I don't even know why. I guess they thought that people were just going to not even take in consider people that maybe they think we don't care about our bodies, and they can just push it out there. But if you're allergic to pollen, I'm allergic. I have a real bad pollen issue. If you have had severe allergic reaction to or immediate allergic reaction, even if it was not severe to any ingredients of mRNA, you okay? They're talking about that. But they do say about people that have real bad allergic reactions. Allergic to polyethylene glycol or polysorbate. Shellfish, latex allergies. I have a latex allergy real bad. There's some people that have real bad year-round allergies, sinus issues, all those issues. Um, you just have to be cautious and know your body. You have to be cautious and know your body. Because these people will, you know, a lot of people are ran by their emotions. And, you know, that's why I always say don't look at the news, because the news would like to have you living in your emotions and moving and making decisions upon your emotions and not upon your clear logic thinking. And that's what's happening to a lot of these people. They're stating their opinions about something that is it's not supposed to be shallow. You're supposed to be logic about it and clear thinking and able to rationalize. But a lot of times they want to think irrationally. And that news article was a very irrational thinking, not taking people who have medical conditions that are not able. It's a large number of people. You may have a large number of people that were able to take the vaccine, but then on the other hand, we're going to have a large number of people that are not. And that's just the facts of that. And unless you want them to sacrifice their lives and just die, make their conditions worse, then you would state like your opinion in newspapers, not giving a damn about anybody, but still just thinking about yourself. And because you're forcing someone else to sacrifice their life for you. And this is typical in this society that we're in. And we're always having to, Black folks are always having to sacrifice our lives. They get mad at us and want to beat you to death and accuse you of doing this and accuse you of doing that, taking your rights away, but they want their rights somehow. And I just call that that's just their form of survival. It really is their form of survival. And and knowing that, we got to have our form of survival. What's our form of survival? Are we loving ourselves, loving each other unconditionally, or are we making excuses for someone that's beating us in the head, and we're not agreeing with our counterparts, those that look like us, because we're been brainwashed to self-hate? Or are we overlooking that programming and having more self-love for each other and trying to see, eye to eye so that we can move forward? What's going on here? Are we sympathizing with the ones that are killing us? Or are we going to love those who are giving us life every day unconditionally? Well, family, I'm going to call it quits because we looked at this situation that's going on and we know what's going on now. And we know that we play a big part in it every day, every time. And the more part we play in it, I mean, even if we say we're going to just wait for God to come and take care of it, You still playing a part in it because who defined to you who God is? Who defined that idea that you have to sit and wait to be slaughtered? Who said that? It wasn't anything that was put in you before you were born. That's something that was man has passed down to you, word of mouth. And it's not your truth. It's not your truth by far. You don't have to sit and wait on a man to come and then you be slaughtered. No. Like I always say, go within, reach for your higher powers, your ancestor powers, because it's male and female, and that's high energy. That's male and female, not male and male, not Sally and Becky, not David and Simon. No. It's Lisa and Derek. It's Lisa and Derek. That's who you have as your great ancestors. You know, you have a male and a female, and it goes all the way back far. For a purpose. Family. Silent weapons for quiet wars. This is the top secret manual said to be found by accident in 1986 by an employee of Boeing Aircraft. I used to work with Boeing Aircraft Company. He brought a surplus IBM copier for scrap parts at a government sale and found a manual inside. The manual outlines a plan to control the masses through mass manipulation of industry, education, and politics, and to divert the public's attention from what is really going on. Surprisingly, it is a claim that much of what is outlined has come to pass. Yes, it has come to pass. They've done most of it. It makes interesting reading for those exploring the deeper levels of our social structure and how it may be controlled or influenced. This book, Tree Edition, includes all of the important charts and diagrams not seen in other versions. It is an exact replica of the original, aside from some minor alterations to correct print quality. Found in the edition only is a new 4-page introduction. It explains why we may never be certain of the true origin of this document, despite the fact that someone has stepped forward and claimed that they assembled it from multiple sources. So yeah, the person might have put the book together, I believe, from multiple sources, information they have gotten, and they constructed this book. And know that you are God and goddesses. And I want to give this message to Golden. Golden, and not only Golden, but there's many of our sisters. I was looking at videos the other day. But first, before I get into Golden, let me play this one video here.
Reached the mark of 160 million fully vaccinated Americans. And that's a goal I set in March that I'm thrilled we're going to hit just a few days after July the 4th. So we will have 160 million fully vaccinated Americans, up from roughly 3 million when we took office 5 months ago. We see why it matters. COVID-19 cases and deaths are down by 90% since January. Millions of fully vaccinated Americans are getting back to living their lives as they did before. But our fight against this virus is not over. Right now, As I speak to you, millions of Americans are still unvaccinated and unprotected. And because of that, their communities are at risk, their friends are at risk, the people that they care about are at risk. This is an even bigger concern because of the Delta variant.
All right, family. Now let me get this other. Let me get this other video here. Okay. Not do with that. Okay. Let's continue. I wanted to talk about this because this is very important. And I was looking at this case and this situation yesterday. And we're going to learn a little bit.
O'Neill also left his son injured and tried to burn down the family home on Pike Lake Drive. Fox 13's Evan Axelbank is at TGH where the little boy is recovering tonight. First of all, Evan, how is the little boy doing?
Well, Kelly, right now he is expected to recover, at least physically. The big question is why his own father allegedly did this, and we may never have a complete answer to that.
Neighbors heard the horrible moment.
It sounded like, just like, that's why I thought it was like a crash, but I guess it was like a shot from his gun.
At 11:43 last night, deputies say a 911 call came from Kenyatta Barron saying she had been shot. Ronnie O'Neill could be heard in the background.
Right after the shot, I heard yelling and screaming.
He was apparently screaming Allah Akbar and that he had been attacked by white demons. He said she tried to kill me and I just killed her. Deputies also say he killed their 11-year-old daughter and stabbed their 9-year-old son.
Right now, it's just a blow to the whole family. It really is. It is. We don't understand it.
O'Neill describes himself on Facebook as a member of the Nation of Islam. His neighbor says he had no idea about his personal life, but did say he had witnessed tense moments between O'Neill and Barron.
It was like raining outside and he was yelling at his wife on the shed they had on the back. He was like up on top of the shelf yelling at his wife, and he was like going crazy.
Following the shooting, deputies say O'Neill tried to burn down the house. Deputies needed stun guns to take him into custody. He's shown here in jail, where if deputies have their way, he will remain for a very long time.
She loved her children. She did everything she could. She took good care of those kids. She was the best mom. She was lovable. Just a sweethearted person.
He is certainly facing plenty of charges tonight. One of those charges is going to be attempted first-degree murder. Then, of course, he's going to be facing 2 charges of first-degree murder. And then there's also the charge of arson he faces, Kelly.
And just so tragic. All right. Thank you, Evan Axelbank.
Trial. He's the son of Ronnie O'Neill, his father on trial for the murder of the boy's mother and sister, and also for trying to kill Ronnie, allegedly. Now, because he's representing himself, this creates the unusual scenario of the father cross-examining, questioning his own son. The man is accused of trying to kill him, and now he is...
Were there warning signs before a Riverview man killed his daughter?
Okay, now we're going to go into this one. Where is it at? Okay, I got to go put them here. That's why I had to pull that. Unconditional love is very critical. And this guy didn't have enough love for his woman and his child and his both of his children. He didn't have enough love there. This society took most of what he had, and he allowed this society to do so. He allowed this world that we're in, this low energy vibration that is really taking a hold of people, to not have patience and love for his. You know, we're not usually in this condition. We're not. This is not a condition that is normal for us as people at all. Okay. Okay. Judge says that this is the worst case ever, and they're going to explain a little bit more about everything in this on this story.
For something I didn't do,
Hold on,
and I'm not
so
sorry for
Hold
the
on.
things I did do.
Okay, hold on.
Mr. O'Neill.
Hold on.
All right.
Listen, stop.
All right.
Listen to me.
You're
not going to raise your voice again.
I'm
You're
not going to raise
your
my voice again. I'm not.
I will have you removed from this courtroom. I can sentence you without.
Okay.
I'm not sorry for something I didn't do, and I'm not sorry for the things I did do.
Mr. O'Neill.
All right.
Listen, stop.
All right.
Listen to me.
I'm not
You're not going to raise your voice again.
I'm
You're
not going to raise my
your
voice again. I'm not.
I will have you removed from this courtroom. I can sentence you without you being present.
Yes, ma'am.
If you don't conduct
I
yourself.
understand, Your Honor.
Thank you.
But I will say, I'm sorry for your loss.
19 years I've been at this job. I've seen human beings killed at the hands of others in every way imaginable. You name it, I've seen it. Shootings, stabbings, drownings, suffocatings, blown apart by cars in DUI manslaughter cases. Horrible things. This is the worst case I've ever seen as far as the facts go.
I totally disagree with having them be the judge over us, but as soon as we recognize and realize things, the better we be. The better we'll be.
When they fired the person from fire department, when he testified, and when he said that he retrieved the body of Ronivia O'Neill from the home, and all he could do was sob. It took every ounce I had not to start sobbing too. Because there is no way any person with any feeling could have witnessed or seen the photos of what occurred that night and not be haunted for the rest of your life. I know I will be. For the rest of my life, I'll be haunted by what I saw as far as the evidence and just the abject cruelty of it all. The abject cruelty. And I was aware, because I reviewed a lot of the discovery ahead of time, as you well know, did a lot of in-camera inspection of a lot of documents. And I was aware there was some evidence, at least, that when you needed to recover from your gunshot wound, that neither your parents nor your Aisha, Miss Robinson, would let you come recover at their home. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm not going to get into a dispute. I just mentioned there was some evidence referencing that in the records. And all I could think about, because I knew that Miss Barron was not with you romantically at the time. And I knew that she just out of the goodness of her heart let you come stay with her. And it is beyond tragic that that critical decision ended in so much horror for her and for her children. It is.
Let me say this. I've been in this position before where I kindly allowed someone who I did not know too much about, but meeting their family and friends, I kind of was naive to. When they were trying to tell me certain things, I couldn't listen or didn't. I heard it. Luckily, I heard what they were saying. That's why it's always important if you're friends and family of people that are not right to always convey the message. Don't ever be closed mouth. I think his family were at a point where they were almost closed mouth with me, but something made them say something. Something, they always said something. And his mother said something to me. And someone else said something to me that put me in a position to listen to my inner voice. And he also showed me something. And see, all it takes is one time. When somebody is showing you something and you've been told some things, put two to two together and heed that warning. Because I could have been killed that day. Sadly, like this woman and her daughter were killed because this man he was not in his right mind, and I allowed this guy to come and stay at my apartment, and he wanted to control me. He wanted control and to decide what he wanted for his life from me. It wasn't about what I wanted for my life. It was about what he wanted for my life from me, for his life. And he wouldn't leave. He wouldn't leave. So I had to call the cops and get him out. Now, once you get the cops involved in a situation, hold on a second. So once you get the police involved, follow through. I followed through. This guy, I had no choice but to follow through. This guy barricaded himself in my apartment. I literally had to escape. Before he barricaded himself in my apartment, I literally had to find an escape route to get past him and escape, to get out and run for my dear life. And luckily, just luckily, a neighbor was downstairs with the door open. And I was able to go in that apartment, and I closed the door. And I told them, we got to call the police. Please do not open this door for nothing. So we called the police. And I ended up being safe. And they gave me they'll give you help, and they'll also, I had a lawyer to help me. They'll give you all this stuff, this abusive help with whatever situation you're in, domestic violence help for your case. So don't ever think that you have to stay in a situation that somebody has you in a controlled or a stuck situation where you and your children can't be taken care of, that you cannot get help, and you can take this person to court for all the abuse they've held against you, all the cheating, all the lying, everything. All the evidence will work against that person in the court of law. And you have to do that to protect yourself. You have to do that. And so it happened the guy was Caucasian and I was Black, right? But it still worked. The system still worked for me. And he was put in jail, not a long time. I think he was put in for a while, just long enough that I was able, and to put his stuff out, and his relatives came and his relatives helped me, and they knew that he wasn't right in the head, So that situation was dealt with. And I recommend that any woman that finds herself in a situation that she has been controlled and someone is trying to, do this to your life or do, harm to you and your children, get out. Get out. Just go and don't look back. Don't ever look back. I didn't look back. I didn't go back. I didn't look back because the turmoil and the trauma was a lot. The trauma was a lot. I didn't feel safe by myself in my apartment after that at all. At all. This guy did some horrific things to my belongings and my pets that I had. They were gone. So that was traumatizing. Because your home is supposed to be your oasis, but when you let somebody in that door or you allow, someone in your life, period, they just bring that energy, that low, dragging energy to destroy you, your peace.
Unspeakably cruel what happened as a result of that one decision. The way that Ms. Barron died was horrific, and that 911 call, which captured truly all of it. You heard, and everyone who's heard that 911 call, heard a death scream. If anybody ever wants to know what it sounds like before a human being dies, knowing that their death is imminent, that's exactly what it is. That was a death scream.
You don't see it, it's true.
But what happened to little Ranivia and to little Ronnie, but I'm going to focus on Ranivia because she was special. And you can tell Miss Barron had done everything she could to create a beautiful home for her family. I noticed that the Ranivia's bedroom, before you set it on fire, you could tell she tried so hard to make her feel like a princess. Kenyatta did everything she could. And I noticed too in the kitchen on the refrigerator, she put up magnets that said faith, love, family, hope. And then you know what else happened at the refrigerator during that night? It got splattered with blood all over it due to what happened. Little Ranivia, she couldn't scream, she couldn't run away, and she witnessed what you did to her mother as far as shooting her mother in the arm with the gunshot. She knew. and the horror that that child suffered. And she already had a life where she was born with challenges regarding her physical and her mental disabilities. But the pain and suffering that she suffered that night at your hands, unspeakable, absolutely unspeakable. And at the moment, that first time you struck her with that hatchet, and little Ronnie testified that all he could see was tears coming out of his sister's face. At that moment, that child knew, she knew she was being betrayed in the cruelest, most tragic and sorrowful way that a child could ever be betrayed. She was being betrayed by her parent, the one person that should be there to protect their children and love them and keep them from harm. And that was the last thing that child felt before she passed on from this earth, was your utter, cruel betrayal to her. And I read somewhere, and I don't know if it's true or not, I have no idea, but I read somewhere that souls pick their lives and that they know exactly how difficult their lives are going to be before they enter into this world. And I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, Ranivia O'Neal is one of the bravest souls I have ever come across in my 54 years on this planet. One of the bravest ever, ever, because she suffered so traumatically.
We have to love ourselves. We have to know that we are put here for a purpose and that we are special, that we don't have to allow the outside things to destroy us, who we are. This is so horrific, but even what is even more horrific for me is hearing about that toddler leaping to his own death. That baby toddler who lunged forward in his father's arms and fell down the escalator to the second floor, to the first floor from the second floor. And I mean, we have to go within ourselves and know who we are, what we are, why we are, and protect that is sacred within us. This surface life is a lie. It's an illusion. Like I said, we're way more. We're way more. So with that said, true love, real peace, the higher self within, the soul. Thank you, Cardinal Sin. Thank you, DLD. And thank you, woolly hair girl, the Prince of Negro. It's just woolly hair, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. I don't know what happened to her comments. So with maybe when I got cut off. So with that said, family, peace be with you on this beautiful Wednesday, hump day, and always remember true love. Till next time. Yeah, my thing is acting up again. I'm getting the little rainbow ball circle, so it's hard for me to close out for some reason. I'm so sorry, family. My thing is acting up. I am back and okay, family closing out. Peace, DOD, woolly hair, and all that was here. Peace to you.